What I will do afterwards, I'll put the recording, I'll put a link on Owler to it, and I'll put it on, like, so it links through to a YouTube sort of video, so you've got it if you need it. Okay. I will start then with the contents, and the first thing, so just welcome to everyone. I've got some people that I know from teaching the CMI diploma, and then I've got others of you that have done the part-time degree that we'll get to know over the module. Just one of the questions just to start off with, because one of the things I know you'll all be interested in is how you get your first or your 2-1 or whatever classification you want. You should have all received an email from me with a few attachments, and one of them was a spreadsheet. And on that spreadsheet, it's like a calculator for your grades. To get a first, or to get, yeah, let's go for a first. So if you've done the part-time degree, I think one of the ways you can get it is it's the average of your top 7 grades, okay, over the last 2, so this year and the year before, so last year. For those of you who did the CMI diploma, it's only going to be this year that you've got, obviously, because last year was just a pass or refer, so you don't have that. What you need for this year, you'll need at least 2 out of 4 have got to be 70% plus to get a first, okay? And then the average, you've got to pass them all, but the average of the top 3, so it sounds really complicated, but you've got this calculator, it has to be 70% plus. What that allows you to do, you're going to have 4 modules. We've got this one, strategic leadership. We've got organisational development. You've got marketing, and you've got a business project. If there's one which you do badly on, or you don't enjoy, or you don't get on with the tutor, whatever it is, it gives you that opportunity to have one that you don't do so well on. You've still got to pass it, so you've got to get 40% plus. But actually, you could get 40% on one of them, 41%. And then get 2 at, say, 75% and 1 at 65%, and you could still get a first. Does that make sense? So for all of you have got that as an option, and then for those of you that have done it for the degree for the past 2 years or 3 years, you've got the last. You've also got the option of the top, an average of the best 7 grades.
What were the other 3? Strategic level.
So we've got strategic leadership. The strategic one that we're doing now, we've got organisational development. Organisational development is quite nice. It's things about like the culture. It's about sort of the softer things in an organisation. I think if the assessments remained similar to when I've taught it before, it was actually one of them was a poster about looking at particular organisations, but that may have changed. But it's quite it's sort of almost looking in, if you were looking to work somewhere, what sort of things would you want to know? Then you've got marketing is one, and then a business project is the one that should be towards the summer, and that's more of an independent one, so you won't get told a project. You'll pick your own and then do some thorough research on that.
So that'd be similar to the one we did in the CMI.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you've got to do the ethics approval and stuff like that.
Yeah, which has become easier. They've launched as we like to launch new things, just to make sure we get into them and then change it. They've launched a new ethics process, and it is so much better. It's so much easier. Okay. Does that all sound all right so far?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. What I'm going to do now then, I'm going to move over to my slides, and in the process of doing that, it means I can see absolutely no one. So please let me know. Please chip in with questions and things as I'm going along. Otherwise, it sort of becomes even duller than what it potentially could be. So yeah, let me just get the slides up. Right. I'm beginning. Okay. Can you all see the slides on your screen?
Yeah, can see it.
Okay. Fantastic. Okay. Yeah. So to start off, we'll do I'll sort of set the scene with you about how this is going to work. We'll also do some sort of brief introductions to each other, so we get to you get to know the other people. Then I'm going to spend an hour talking to you about the assessments for this, because I think that's absolutely key. Obviously, that's going to be what gets you the grades that you want. We'll have a little break then. We can have breaks at any point, and obviously you can all like hide your cameras. And to be honest, I wouldn't know if you're there or not at the moment because I can't see it. But we'll make sure we do have breaks through the day because it's quite a sort of tiring experience. Then we'll start really getting through some of the contents for the first learning outcome for the rest of the session. So there's 3 sort of topics that we're going to be looking at. We'll have a sort of lunch break and a break in the afternoon. We may well finish before 3, but if you just keep in your diary that was sort of the times that I've indicated, then obviously if we finish any earlier, that's a bonus. What I would say is I also get extra time to give you any support that you need. So if you're not getting certain things, or if you'd like to have a Teams meeting on a one-to-one to look at what you're doing, I'll obviously give you sort of email support as well on your assignments, but do let me know so that you get a really sort of well-supported experience through this, as I appreciate it's even sort of more challenging as we aren't sort of in the same space. So whatever I can do to help you, let me know so we make this as good as it can be. So I asked a couple of you to check whether you'd got access to Aula. So does anyone, I think we know that a few people have, because you haven't necessarily been sent any information about it. Has anyone tried? Does anyone know if they can access Aula?
No, well, I've had a link, but I haven't had a chance to have a look at it, to be honest.
Okay.
So I'm not quite sure how it's all going to work.
Okay, that's fine. The fact you've got a link, who sent you the link?
I'll have a look on my email.
Yeah, thank you. Because I don't think, has anyone else been sent a link for it?
No, I haven't. No.
Hannah, I got a link for it as well from probably the same person that the other lady has had.
Okay.
It was like a no reply from my Aula, but it was Xavier Khan.
Yes.
Who was in the message.
Yeah.
And that's all I've received from Aula.
Yeah,
and I had a look round, but there doesn't seem to be much on it.
There isn't, and that's totally my fault. Well, I'm not going to say it's my fault because it is. It's my responsibility. But given that I only knew I was teaching this like not very long, like hours, sort of a couple of days ago, I haven't set up Aula yet for you, but I'm going to, and I'm going to do it this week, and I will ensure that you've all got access. I'll do what I can. I'll liaise with Xavier and I'll liaise with Registry to make sure that you can access it, and then it will be populated. My aim is to get it all up and ready for you before we have our session next week.
So the email actually comes up with a link for you to download the app. So I'm going to play the App Store.
Right.
So I'll do that now and then see what it shows us.
And yeah, it should just be your usual sort of username, you know, the university one that you use to access it.
I just want to ask, do we submit assignments on Aula as well?
Yes, you will do.
Okay.
Yeah, so that the submission links will all be set up. It's right, so no more Moodle. Moodle is it isn't dead because we've still got a license to use it, but you won't be using it. They've done extensive research in terms of looking at the best learning platform, and it was decided that in terms of student experience, Aula absolutely exceeded anything that Moodle could do. So it feels quite different, and that's the platform that we're using from now on. It is like I've started using it with some other courses. It's fairly intuitive, so it should be very straightforward to use. But as I say, I'll get you everything. And you know what? For those of you that there's issues with your enrolment and you haven't got access to it yet, I'll ensure I email you all the slides, all the material, and if needs be, you can email me your assignments, which isn't ideal, but hopefully by then everything will be set up so you can submit them properly. Does that sound all right?
So I've downloaded the app,
Right.
and you log in as you would log into Moodle.
Yep.
And then it just gives you just like an introduction thing you can work your way through, I think.
Yep. Yep.
And then if you click on the one side, the course, this module's listed. So
And that's what I'll populate this week for you and start putting the contents and get the assessments set up and things. Just 1 second. I think I've got someone else joining.
It's Max.
So I suppose all the content will be on Outline instead of Moodle.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you don't ever like Moodles. Just there's going to be nothing on there for you, so please don't use it.
Yeah.
Okay. You are doing a degree in like super quick time in lots of ways because you're actually doing it at the same time as the full-timers do it, but you're only doing it 1 day a week. So just to give you an idea as to how that compares with what they do, they have they're meant to have 5 4-hour sessions, and then we've got in effect a much condensed experience. So in some ways that's really good because it means I look through all their material and I cut anything out that's just like almost padding, because they do stuff that sometimes takes a few hours, and I just say, oh, that's not necessarily adding a huge amount of value. But it also means you are having to go through stuff faster, and what basically the way I've gone about it is I've picked what I think are the best and most relevant parts that you need for your assignment, but I can't do it in masses and masses of depth because of the time that we've got available. So what I'd like you to do is, if I show you, it's almost like a jigsaw. I'm going to show you the various bits, and if you think certain things are quite interesting, you'd like to use them in your assignments, and obviously I'll show you what the assignments are shortly, you'll need to then do some analysis on your own of them and do some reading around it. But that is how it should be for the a degree anyway, that it's not sort of all spoon fed, but that you're introduced to concepts and then you research them further. Does that sound all right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, and I think for those of you that have been doing the degree for a number of years, that's what you'd be used to. It is really hard going. It does mean, because it's going to be 6 weeks of taught sessions, you've got 2 assessments, and the first assessment's got 2 bits. It means that your life is just wiped out for about 7 weeks at a time, depending on how much you want to put into it. If I'm honest about how much you need to put in to get whatever grades, I think if you just wanted to put the most of Saturdays aside and that's it, you could probably scrape. Certainly, you could get probably a high 2-2 and maybe get a 2-1 if you were like just into it. For those of you that want to do the absolute best you can and want to get a first, I think you pretty much you need to write off your weekends just in those blocks. So you will have gaps between them. As I say, the lead up to Christmas is pretty awful because you've got 2 modules, so that's going to be really full on. But in some way, I know it will feel awful, but it's not been that really long, and you've got, I've just taught people who've just come out of finishing their degree in this program, and quite a few of them have got first. And I think it's just a phenomenal achievement. So it is absolutely possible. It just means for a short period of time, you just need to give it everything. As I've inherited these slides and haven't created them themselves, and I've sort of rejigged them and made them the best I can, they haven't always got references on them. If they haven't got a reference, do not worry, use Lynch, which is the core text, and the details of that I have got on the slides. So just if you want to reference some material from there, or a model, or it's adapted from, Lynch is the one to go for if there's no other reference on there. Okay, so just to find out a little bit more about each other, I wondered if we could do an introductory thing, just go around everyone and find out your name, where you work. Did you do the diploma, or have you done the Saturday degree? Although I'm sure you'll know that, I'd recognise people or not. And then the little bit of the game, and I'd like you to write this, if you can, in the message facility rather than say it. I want you to think about 2 things that are true and 1 thing that's a lie. The reason if you write it down when it's your turn is if you say it, it tends to be easier to guess. So if you can write them down, then we'll all have a bit of a guess as to which is the lie. Okay, so if you can have a think about your truth and a lie, and then we'll start the introductions. David, have you got yours ready, Dave?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you mind starting off?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So you want me to say what I actually do?
Yeah. So if you
Does it
just
matter?
if you just introduce yourself as to who you like, have you done this that you've done the CMI and where you work, and then we'll go into the interesting bit then.
Okay, so so my name's Dave. Work at Jaguar Land Rover as a launch engineer. Did the CMI diploma with a few of my colleagues. So I'm struggling to see the screen. And I couldn't really think about lies, to be honest with you. I was trying to, but they were just silly, so I just thought I'd be honest.
Say you're an athlete.
So, well, I am an athlete. That's not a lie.
Who's been you there, mate?
So that's it, really.
I don't feel like I really know you, Dave, at this point.
Been quiet, Dave.
I don't know what else to say, mate. So who's that?
Do you know what? Whenever you start, whoever you start with sets the tone. Dave, that was bad. You know, no one's going to do anything now. You've proper done me over on that. Anna, I'm looking at you because you're about the only person I can look at because no one else is showing themselves. Have you got any lies and a truth?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I'll put them on there.
Yay! Please do. Thank you, Dave. I'm coming back to you, mate.
I didn't really know. Did you want us to write it in here or something?
Yeah, in the massive. See what? Look, Anna's now becoming my favourite student. Right. Okay. Okay. Fantastic. Oh, look, we've got loads of them now. This is it, Dave. Get some. If you look in the messages. Right.
Yeah.
Anyone got any ideas? Which is the lie for Anna? And then we'll move on to Sharon after.
I can't see anything written.
In the chat, can't you see it?
Have a look at the speech bubble.
I can't see one.
I think the lie is I'm a vegetarian.
Do you know what?
I agree.
Go on, sorry.
Effie, I agree. I think the lie is a vegetarian.
Ah, is it because we saw it in a bacon sandwich or something on the camera?
Yeah, I've seen here.
Or Anna, go on, reveal all. What's your lie?
Yeah, I'm not a vegetarian.
Yeah.
Okay, you do well. Okay, fantastic.
Oh.
So you've done the degree. Have you been studying them for the past 2 years?
Yeah, so I've done the degree for 2 years. I've recently left being a veterinary nurse.
Okay.
And I'm just doing some temporary work at the moment in a warehouse just while I finish my degree.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, that's good because it should hopefully mean you've got the time to dedicate to the degree and get the best you can then.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. Okay, so Sharon, let's move on to Sharon because she's got hers. Oh, yeah. Which of those do we think worked? Ah. Oh, okay. They're all equally out there, aren't they? Like, you know, because Anna's are all sort of equally quite normal. Sharon's are equally like a bit less normal. So what do we reckon?
I reckon a lie's worked at Disney World.
Okay. Anyone else?
I reckon Buckingham Palace.
Okay. Sharon, tell us then which ones are the truth and which is the lie.
Okay, so yes, I did work at Buckingham Palace. Although washing dishes, I still worked in the palace. I did meet actor Kurt Russell when I used to work at Planet Hollywood in London. And no, I didn't work at Disney World, Florida. I went as a kid, but never worked there.
Okay,
That's two
that's
for me,
fantastic.
Hannah. That's
You
two
are,
right so
you are
far.
really doing well on this, Jason. I'm looking
I
forward to
know.
yours. Well, I'm looking forward to Dave's. Never mind yours.
I know,
Right on,
Dave,
Dave.
you
Step
do
up,
your thing,
mate.
mate.
Come on, you can do better. Right. Do you know why I picked you first, Dave?
You
Because
going back to me?
I'm
Yeah.
coming back to you. I'm not letting it go because you got like this little smile on your face, and I was like,
Do
is
you
it
know
going
what?
to?
No, do you know, I was going to say I'm a manager at Aldi. I was basically going to steal someone else's job.
Right,
But
okay.
but I didn't know how to put it in. I didn't know. I was writing it down in my book instead of on there.
Oh, it's okay. You
And
can,
then I,
we've
and then I just
tell
got
you.
confused.
Okay, all right. Gosh, wait for the assignments, eh?
I might need some help.
Right, okay. Back to Sharon. Sharon, have you done the degree for the past couple of years then?
Yeah, so I did the degree. This is my final module.
Oh, is it? So have you done?
Yeah. Yeah, because I started in June of 2017.
Yeah.
And then when it came to do the third year, there was a bit of a mess up. Fees weren't ready and all of that. So then I had to delay. They wanted to delay the whole year, but they worked it in a way that I was able to, start in January, so then able to finish my last module now in September.
Fantastic. So you've done the project then, haven't you? Just, is that right?
Just, I think I deferred the second part of the business project because obviously that was in lockdown.
Yes.
Didn't have a great time studying online, if I'm honest. I don't really like it. But, I try and work through it. So I deferred it, hopefully being on campus, but we're online again. Yeah, and that's the route I'm taking.
Okay. Well, we'll try and make it as good as we can, but I do appreciate what you're saying. I don't think anyone I don't, it just doesn't create the same experience. But
no. But I work for the main campus as well. So I work for Coventry University, the group.
Right.
Full time.
Oh, what do you do?
All through lockdown, customer support, student support, I should say. So we've been really, really busy this week with enrolment, people finding out when their results are, when their links are coming out.
Yep.
And obviously with lockdown, we had a new system as well. So that, just confused things and made the processes a lot longer. So if any of you are waiting for results, they are coming.
The whole thing's been very difficult, hasn't it? Because
it has,
it's just and it's difficult. I mean, your role, because you actually take the brunt, I imagine, of people being frustrated as well, don't you?
Oh yeah, and this is the first year that our department have obviously got involved with enrolment. So for us, it was a whole new duties that we had to do as well. So it's very daunting. I mean, our job role from when we started to what it is now is huge, absolutely huge. We more or less, our phone number is now in the process of being changed to the main phone number for Coventry University Group. So we get students from London, Scarborough, the whole group. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel for you because it's I think because obviously your peers on this course are experiencing it from the other point of view that aren't necessarily getting frustrated, but I think when you're on the delivery side, people don't realise the extent of what you've been asked to do they?
Well, this is it, but it also made my job easier as well, being a student as well, because then I could actually, empathise and feel where the student's coming from with the frustration, because I had the same frustration.
Yeah, of course, no.
Because obviously while they're sending emails and trying to find answers, I'm also sending emails and trying to find answers. And still not getting the reply, whether I'm staff or whether I'm student. So I understand exactly where everyone's coming from when they're doing their course.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. That's really interesting. Right, we're going to move on to Yasmin's was coming up next with her truths and a lie. So it's a bit far up the meeting chat now. So I think I'd read that you'd got. Can other people scroll up and down the chat? Oh yes, you
Yeah.
can't you, dance side? Right, so let's have a look.
I have 2 kids, all of dancing, and what's the other one?
Let's have a look.
Can only see them 2.
Have you got 3 down there?
I've got 2, but the second one is further down because somebody typed ahead of me.
I know.
So,
Well, everyone's going for it
yeah.
now. Once it started, it's great. Okay, so is one of those a lie? Oh, David's actually typing. I'm excited about this. So, Yasmin, is one of those a lie?
Yes, but
Okay,
I don't know whether you can see. Yeah, one of them is a lie. Yes.
right. Go on then, Jason, as chief guesser. What do you reckon?
I can only see 2, to be fair.
Yeah, so we've got 50-50. This is like, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, isn't it? So, what do you reckon out of the 2? Which is a lie?
I think all of dancing's a lie.
Anyone else got any guesses?
I'd probably go with J Shark then too.
Okay, let's go for it then. So, which one is the truth?
The second one is the truth. I've had 2 B's in my A level, so that's the truth. The first one is a lie. I haven't got 2 kids. So.
Okay, fantastic. So, what's your role then?
Yeah, so I'll just introduce myself. My name is Yasmin Raza. Basically, I work at World Association Girl Guides, and my role there is a finance officer there. And so I deal with all the finance, and I have like a wide accountancy role. I do purchase ledger, I do sales ledger, I do management accounts. So it's like an all-rounder kind of role. And I have just I'm doing the Saturday degree, and this is the last module that I'm doing. So I've done the other 3. So this is the last module I'm doing. And I just want to ask you about the classification of the grades just quickly. I know you just mentioned that because I started last September, and I just want to find out. So if I just started the course last September and I'm only doing the 4 modules, do I need to get an average of the 3 modules to get a first?
So it's an average of your top 3.
Okay.
You've got to, you have to have passed them all, and by pass I mean you've got to have had 40% or more, and it's within that grade boundary. The other thing is you've got to have at least 2 of them have got to be in that grade boundary. So the grade boundaries are 70% plus is a first, 60% plus is a 2-1, 50% plus is a 2-2, and then 40% plus is a degree pass. So if you were after a 2-1, for example, you need to have at least 2 in the 60s, and your average overall for the top 3 has to be in the 60s, or the same for the 70s.
Okay. Well, when you mean 2 of them have to be in the 60s, they have to be 60 or over.
Yes.
Okay, to get a first, and your average.
No, 70 or over to get a first. 60 or over is a 2-1.
Okay. Okay, so 70 or over to get a 2-1, and the average has to be 60.
No, 2-1 is 60% plus. First is 70% plus.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
And we have been encouraged when we mark to make sure that we don't give any marks actually on like 60 or 70 if we can. We need to make sure that if you get a first, it's properly a first, because the last thing we want you to do is get like an average, and people have got this of like 69.2%, and that would just be heartbreaking, wouldn't it? And then you don't get a first.
Okay.
So we can't allow that. So what we're trying to do is mark you clearly in the grade boundaries so that you'll know.
Right. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
No, it's a pleasure. And if you use the spreadsheet that I sent over, have a look at that and type in your grades that you've got so far. That'll give you an indication as to what you're likely to get and what you need to get in this one.
Okay.
Okay. Brilliant. Okay, thank you. So moving on, let's have a look at who else got who next. So we've got Anna, Sharon, Yasmin, right, Carla. Have more business working. Okay. Ooh, okay. Any guesses on that?
I'd say living in the UK is a false one.
Okay. career-wise, you're pretty busy then if the first two are true.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Any other guesses?
Probably
I
agree with
think
that, yeah.
working for the head of NHS as a head of business.
Okay. Any others? Okay, Carla, tell us a bit about yourself then, and tell us which of the. So yeah, if you can introduce yourself and then tell us which of those is.
Hi. Hi, my name is Carla. Yes, I do work in NHS, but unfortunately, I'm not head of business.
You should be doing an MBA if you were. I was going to say you're probably on the wrong list.
I am for that.
I'll have you in as a guest speaker.
I'm a PA, and they opened my business just a month ago, and I do live in the UK for 7 years.
Okay. So what is your business?
It's because I'm from Brazil, and my business is a truffles. Brigadeiros is a traditional king sweet.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a truffle chocolates.
What do you import them or do you actually make them?
Yes, I made myself.
Oh, you make them yourself. Okay. And do you do it mail order? So do you send it to people or do you?
Yes, I send to people. I'm starting doing for parties as well, and then in the future weddings and conferences, everything. Because as I work at NHS, I know a lot of people, and but because of the lockdown, it's been a little bit tricky. And but friends of mine, they're just getting from me, buying, and then they loved it. Just yeah.
Fantastic. Well done. That's really interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think we need some samples, don't we? Really?
I think we do.
Yes.
Not virtually either. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. That's brilliant. So we're going to move on to George now and look at his couple of things. Oh, okay. So what do we reckon?
Definitely allergic to deodorant.
I thought I was
You set us up for that one, George.
Set myself up, man.
That's one of the benefits of what virtual learning.
Yeah.
I think having the 50 tattoos.
Oh, you haven't met him.
I'm not saying he's not got tattoos, but I just don't think he's got 50.
It's over 50.
Yeah, that's
He's
a
got
lot.
48, I think. Which one is it then, George?
So the allergic to links is the lie,
It's light, okay.
but the other two are true. Yeah, I just don't use links.
George, you've got to get your camera on, mate.
Because if you've got your this is so much harder when you've got no visual clues as to what I know, but otherwise it's just prejudice, isn't it? I suppose.
We'll take the clothes off and show you. Show you with 50 toes, mate.
Too much. Right, okay. George, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, so my name is George Harwood. I work at JLR, the launch engineer, same as Dave. And I did a CMI diploma last year, which gave me access to this course. And yeah, we've been through the truths and the lie, haven't we?
Yeah, thank you very much. So for the people who've done the diploma, this is going to be a little bit different because they've never done assessments where they're graded before. So for those of you who've done the part-time degree, you'll be used to getting percentages, whereas with the diploma, you either pass or you refer. And also the assessments are all very similar, really. They're all just written assessments, and you'll know from your experience on the degree, they're quite different, the assessments. So it's, you know, if you're going to have a slightly different background in terms of what you're used to. So that's why I was keen to find the difference. Okay. Okay. Let's go back to you, Dave, then, just in terms of your truth and lie, and then we'll move back up to you, Max. Oh my God, right, okay. I know, one of those, that's true, right. Any guesses, anyone, as to Dave's truth and a lie?
The YouTube channel is a lie.
The YouTube is a lie. It nearly weren't.
It won't be soon. One day.
Okay, once you finish your degree. Right,
Just
okay.
need 8 weeks, don't I, George?
Yeah.
the magic number 8 weeks.
Transformation.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, so Max was commenting on George's. Let's have a look who's after that. Right, let's go Catalina next, just scrolling down. Oh, okay. Okay.
I think number 2 is a lie.
I think number one's a lie.
Okay. Catalina, go on, tell us about yourself, including your
Good
trip.
morning.
Good morning.
The second one is a lie.
Okay, he's got it right again. So,
I don't have any pets.
okay. What's your? So you've done the part-time degree up till now, is that right?
Yep, this is my first module.
Is he what? Sorry.
This is my third year, first module.
Okay. Yep. So, and what's your job?
So I work for Amazon Transport.
Oh, do you?
So whenever you get a shipment delivered.
Yep. And are Amazon paying for your course?
No, they are not paying for this one. I'm studying another one, a logistics one.
Oh, are
They
you?
paying
No.
for that one.
Yeah, because I've when I did a tour of Amazon, they make a big deal, don't they, of supporting people with their learning.
Yes, they do. I work nights, so I work nights, and they give me flexible.
It's very difficult to hear.
Yeah,
a flexible program on Fridays, so I can start early. So I can
Okay.
as well. Usually I get tired by the middle of the day. I'm surviving.
Is there any way you can turn your speaker up or anything? Because it's quite hard to hear.
I think it's something wrong with my laptop.
Okay, yeah. I think we've got enough. Yeah, so you work for Amazon Logistics then, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, that's really good, and it's good to get to know you, so thank you for that. Right, we will move on now, if it's okay, to Freddie.
Mine's further on down.
Have you got one though? Have you got one played football at youth level for Aston Villa?
Yeah, keep on scrolling down, you'll see it.
Why have you put Aldi after that?
I accidentally did it.
Okay, right. It's like Aldi Villa.
It's just an automatic thing, isn't it? Freddie? It's his signature, isn't it, Aldi?
It's his blood. Okay. Okay.
Number 1's a lie, isn't it?
I don't know, because you did want to do something. You wanted to be a sports teacher at one point, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
And you do like football.
Yeah, I love it.
I think you owned a house at like 21 and a half or something that's still very young, but not 20. Go on, what's
Spill the beans.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, the lie is number 1, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I should have played
Too good at this, Hannah.
You are.
But yeah, I'm Freddie. I'm a store manager at Aldi. I did the diploma last year. Do you need anything else, Hannah? Or is that? There we go.
Thank you very much. That's fantastic. Okay, brilliant. Right, we're going to move right now. Hello, David Tracy. Okay, we'll get your speaker in a minute. Hi there. Nice to meet you. Like, can we all have a look at once judged? Okay. Oh, blimey, you're a bit rock and roll, aren't you? I'm expecting to see like Michael Hutchins when you switch your camera on at some point.
No, I wouldn't go that far.
Okay. Ooh, okay. Any guesses?
I think number 3 is probably a lie.
Number 1's a lie.
Although number 3 seems too random to be a lie. I think that's probably true.
It's one of those nights out.
I don't know. Have you ever been to Butlins?
They're all there, aren't they?
Oh, David, tell us then. Reveal, yeah, and tell us a bit about yourself as well.
Sure. So number 2 is the lie.
That's a relief, to be honest. That is. Okay, so you've still got your 9 lives then.
Just about.
Yeah. So you did the part-time degree then, did you?
No, I previously did the CMI in my last job.
Okay. How long ago did you do it?
I think I finished in 2017. That one.
So did you do it before the days where you had to do referencing? You didn't have to do referencing, did you? Really? Because I taught it up until last year. They didn't have to. You didn't have to like properly.
Yeah.
Or David, can you reference?
Probably.
I like your confidence. Okay, right. I'll tell you what. No, and I'm not being. I sound like I'm being horrible here. I really am not. To do the top-up degree, we've really got to get good at referencing because that will give you every chance of getting the best possible grade. So I'm going to get some support lined up so that you can learn. So all the guys who've done the CMI diploma last year, I got stacks of support in denial, almost too much that you're like sick of referencing by the end of it. But it's just to make sure, because I know I have taught the CMI diploma for a number of years, and actually, it was quite relaxed in terms of referencing and things. So if I have a chat to you separately just to see if there is anything that can do just to make sure that you've got everything you need to really do as well as you want to do on this, is that okay?
Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah, whatever support you think I might need, that's great.
Yeah, we'll talk about that separately. That's good. So what's your role then?
So I work at Jaguar Land Rover in special operations, what like seems half the masters currently do.
Are you all friends then? Do you all know each other?
Don't know you, Dave.
Oh.
Whereabouts do you work?
We have met, we have spoken. I'm obviously just not that memorable.
What site do you work at?
I work at DC3. Well, I work across special ops, so DC1, DC3, and Fenend.
Right.
Okay.
I know JC, I know George, I know you, Dave. We have spoken before, briefly.
This is all a bit.
We'll have to chat in work then. I'll chat you on Monday.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Right. Yeah, lovely to meet you, and thank you for that. They're very good. So we'll now move on to Max. Okay. Golf.
I think number 2 is a lie.
Yeah, number 2 is a lie.
I think
do you know it?
Bahrain, Prince of Bahrain.
Is this another SVO person?
I reckon number 2's a lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. 2 is a lie.
Yeah.
I don't know anyone that does that.
Okay.
I do.
So, Max, tell us about yourself then.
I did the degree for the past 2 years. I'm an electrical engineer at Jaguar Land Rover.
Yeah.
So I do know a couple of people on the course. And then I did actually meet the Prince of Bahrain at work. Before anyone tries to class that as a lie as well.
Was that for the SVR?
Yeah, good golfer.
I can be avid at golf, but also terrible at it. So.
Terrible.
So you're not an artist then?
No.
Okay, all right. Thank you. That was fantastic.
Not like our Dave, is he?
No, but if I was, I wouldn't charge people.
You'll charge me.
Right. Okay, so the next one we're on to is Jason.
Oh, hello. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. So any guesses on that? How come you've got a different font to everyone else, Jason?
I don't know, actually. It's probably because I've copied and pasted it.
Okay.
I think. I'm trying to find my...
You don't know the Porsche, Jason. I know you can salsa, mate. I know that.
Okay, so do you want to introduce yourself then?
Yes, so morning everyone. I'm Jason Hand. I work at JLR in SVO. Currently enrolled in advanced manufacturing engineering in paint. So last year I did the CMI diploma, and obviously progressing onto this course for my second and final year top-up degree. Anyone want to take a guess at my truths and lies?
Yeah, the Porsche, I think, is a lie.
At the moment.
I think the clothing line, the clothing business, if I'm honest, he looks like a Porsche man.
I like that.
I'll take that.
Okay.
Okay.
As a positive, Jason. As a positive, not negative. As a positive.
I think so. It's positive.
I like you, Sharon. So the lie is I own a Porsche. So I did used to own a clothing business, so that can actually sell us a little bit. So yeah.
Good. Okay, fantastic.
Okay,
Thank you so much. That's brilliant.
I'll have to get you a Porsche then, Jason, won't I?
Yes, please, for Christmas.
Once this guy's
Yeah, no problem. Done.
On the list.
Excellent.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. That's brilliant. So, Effie, we're on to yourself now.
Oh, yeah. Hello to everyone.
Hello. Right. I'm trying to guess which ones.
Number 2.
Ooh.
I know Effie.
Yeah,
Oh, don't you?
definitely.
Anyone else guessing?
Yeah, anyone else?
Only because we know Affy as well. Number 2.
I'm just going to go number 2 then.
I think it's
All
number
right.
2, yeah.
Yeah, by consensus, I think. Go on, Effie, then. Introduce yourself and tell us which is your lie.
Yeah. So my name is Effie, or my whole name is Efthimia Katsayani, and I'm here about 4 years. I started this degree because I found it quite interesting as a part-time, and at the same time I work in a logistic company as a demand planner. And so about my lie is the last one. I don't like winter. I've been born in Switzerland.
Whereabouts in Switzerland were you born?
St. Gallen.
Okay, is that towards the Italian bit, or which part is that?
No, that's the Deutsch one, the German one.
Okay.
Yeah,
Very
German.
Fooled us, Effie, with all your Greek.
There you go. Well done. You're about the only, you've managed to fox us, so well done. Thank you. That's brilliant. Okay, we're going to move on to Lucy now. Lucy, you've been on the part-time degree as well, have you? Alongside Effie.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, let's read through your things then and see if we can guess which ones. This is really hard because if you look really skinny and like you run a lot, then we'd know. I don't know. I would know if you've got a 6-foot fish tank. It depends if there's one in the background of your picture, doesn't it? So what do we reckon's the lie?
Number 2.
I know the first one's a truth.
I think number 2 is a lie.
I'd say number 3.
I think she has run marathons, but I don't think she's ran 3. She's either done more or less.
Oh, okay.
I think number 3.
Okay, Lucy, do you want to tell us a bit about yourself?
I haven't ran any marathons.
Yeah.
Maybe the 4th one, the 3rd one.
The 4th one?
The 3rd.
She just told us.
Generally yeah, that's a lie.
Yeah. Okay, so Lucy, where do you work?
I work at Jaguar Land Rover.
I saw you did, yeah.
For SVO as a technical analyst for their bespoke team.
Oh, okay. Very good, thank you. I do feel like we are a bit SVO'd on this course, isn't there? There's a slight bias, isn't there? If only we were better at serving SVO, then we'd do a good job, I think. Brilliant, thank you, and nice to meet you as well, and thank you for your emails before we started the course. So let's move on to Alistair now. Oh my God, like the last one. Right, okay, so which do we reckon is the truth and which one's the lie? At least you're in something if that one is the truth.
I think the first one's a lie.
Yeah, I agree. First one's a lie.
First one as well.
Wow, yeah. It's good going. I've got 2 dogs though. I haven't got 4.
And where do you work?
I work at 3M.
Oh, okay. And what do you do?
I'm a product engineer.
Whereabouts is it? Warwick way, or whereabouts is it that you work?
It's over in Atherstone.
Okay. And you did have you done the part-time degree?
I did the Saturday degree. So
Yep. And how many modules have you got left?
So this is my first of the third year. So.
Okay, yeah. So because there's a few people who are just on their final ones, isn't it? Okay, fantastic. Well, really nice to meet you, and yeah, I'm glad I'm teaching this module. I think we're gonna have a good time. So we've still got. Thank you for that. A couple of people, I believe, I haven't had introductions from. Oh, maybe it isn't a couple. Callistus, who I used to teach a long time ago. It's not pulsing or anything. Are you with us still? I can see you at the bottom. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, Anna.
Yeah. Do you want to? Have you got any lies and a truth?
Yeah. Firstly, I have a large farm in the farmyard in Nottingham, and I own a Porsche.
Okay.
And I'm currently unemployed and working on my online fashion business.
Are you borrowing Jason's? They sound really similar to Jason.
No, I was thinking that.
Got a doppelganger here, what's going on? Okay, so
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
What's the truth and the lie there, do you reckon?
The first two.
Oh, you telling us?
The first is a lie.
The first, how many? Two are a lie.
Yeah.
So which one's the truth then?
The last one. I'm currently unemployed.
Oh.
My last job ended in March, shortly before the COVID-19 outbreak. Yeah.
So are you still a project manager? Because that's the sort of role you were doing, wasn't it?
Yes. That was my last role, project administrator at Menzies Distribution.
Okay, yeah, right. So, and then how many modules? So Callistus did the CMI diploma, but he did it before any of the people who are currently on the course. So I've taught him a while ago, which is why I know him. So how many modules have we got left?
I got 2 modules left. This one and the last one will be in January.
Okay.
I should have rounded up in June, I think, with Sharon. But we have some challenges with registration, which wasn't my fault. It was a lot of mix-up from the uni and stuff. It almost happened again now, but I just have to push on stuff. It's been a lot of stuff going on there. I don't know, with the administration. The issue of late payment and communication anyway, just communication lapse and stuff like that.
So I'll be able to still send you all the information and things, even if you can't get access to anything up until submission time. Then really we need to get you properly access to things then, because otherwise we can't. When you submit your assignments, we really need to be able to check against your plagiarism and things. So we need those to be done through the system. So we've got a couple of weeks to get everything sorted. And then, so if anyone's got the same sort of issues, we've got a little bit of time to do that. I'm just trying to think if there's anyone who I think we've had everyone, haven't we? As Alistair, we've had. I'm sure, have we? Haven't we? I'm just scrolling up down text. Yes, we have. Lucy, David. Yes, we're all done then. Thank you so much for that. That's really good to get to know you all.
Hannah, can I just say something? I don't know if the rest of the group, because it sounds like you all know each other from the CMI degree, have I got a WhatsApp group set up?
Okay.
Us on the degree course have all had WhatsApps, and I've got most of their contact numbers. So if you want to join our WhatsApp group, because find it very supportive. We support each other and everything when we're at home and stuff like that. So it's really good. So if you want to join in, just drop me a message with your phone number and I'll add you to our group. Or if you already have another group, you can add us to your group if you don't mind. Whichever way, I don't know. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that sounds really nice. Thank you ever so much for that. That's a good suggestion. Okay, brilliant. So we'll just crack on with a little bit more and we'll look at the assignment now. Are you still looking at my slides? Can you see them?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So with the assessments, we have a series of learning outcomes and we have to make sure that these are covered off in the assessments. Every week we'll be looking at a different learning outcome, and the way I've ordered them depends on which the order of that they're covered in the assignments. So I think for the first assignment, it's 1, 2 and 6 are covered. So actually, in terms of this week, we're looking at 1, next week we'll look at 2, and then week 3 we'll look at 6. So just to make sure that we do it in the right order for your assignment. So you'll see here that the learning outcomes in the schedule are a little bit, they look like they're in the wrong order, but they're not, it's deliberate. So you've got your first assignment's going to be due on Friday the 9th of October at 6 p.m. and that will be submitted on Aula. Okay, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about that. The final assessment is submitted the Friday after we finish our final Saturday session. So that's Friday the 30th of October. Again, it's at 6 p.m. For those of you who did the CMI diploma, we had more flexibility over submission dates and times. We don't have that anymore. It has to be submitted at that time. And if you can't do it for any reason, you'll need to contact registry and get an extension. And so it's not something that I can grant, whereas before, just over the CMI, it's just a little bit more relaxed. It's not now. It's got to be done a certain way. So there's just like a few key points that I just wanted to go through with you in this. So as mentioned, you're going to have to go to it's CUC registry to get an extension, and just give as much notice. It tends to be a week, sometimes it's 2 weeks that you can get. If you get an extension, could you let me know? And the reason being, I will then know to go and put some time in my diary to make sure that I mark your assignment as soon as it's submitted, and I'll set up the link on Aula differently for you as well. So please keep me in the loop. We've got what happens, the reasons why you have 2 assessments is the first one gives you some idea as to how you're getting on. So it gives you, without sort of giving all the marks away. So if there are things that you could learn from the first one, we aim to get your feedback really fast, and then you can learn from the first one and make those changes ready for the second one so you can improve your grades. Now, previously, I don't know for the degree whether you've had degree learners the chance of sort of picking your own businesses or applying it to your own. In this module, we have to do it on the airline industry. So we understand that for some of you, like, that will be something that you're not necessarily familiar with. It isn't a bad one to go for, actually, because the sorts of things that we'll be looking at, there's been a lot in the news about them recently. So I don't think anyone that you've just said, no one's actually working for the airline industry, so no one's particularly advantaged here, but I realise this is a different sector to one that you're used to. You're going to have to reference, and this is where I was saying this to David, either we can use Harvard if you're really used to using that and you're comfortable doing it, you can carry on using that, or you can use, there's something called the APA, which is what we're shifting to. But either way, you absolutely must make sure that you do referencing throughout. Use, like some of you, I introduced you to Tom Amos and the library staff. Work with them if you need to get as much support as you possibly need, just to make sure you maximise the academic marks. With the assessments, up to 10% of the marks are for things like referencing, use of English, so like a mark for professionalism. So although it doesn't sound very much, it can be it generally is the difference between what gets you a first or a 2-1, or sort of it shifts you from the lower grades up to the higher grades. So that's why it's worth making that extra effort.
Is that the references we use for CMI? Harvard?
Yeah. So the Harvard referencing was the one you used for CMI. For those that are continuing with the degree, you'll have used Harvard, and you can carry on using it. It's absolutely fine. So whatever you're comfortable using. If you did want to switch, I've started using the APA now, and it's really straightforward as well. So just whichever you're comfortable with, but don't sort of swap, just use the same one throughout. In the assignments, I think the first one, it's about 3 of the learning outcomes we have to cover, but don't worry about them because they're reworded in the actual brief itself, and I'll show you that. So they've deliberately been written so you can see that you meet the learning outcomes when you're approaching the assignment. Something, again, the degree learners will be familiar with, but for those of you on the CMI course we haven't really had to consider too much before, is when you submit your assignment, it goes, you get a mark back, which is how similar it is to other sources. So we did have somebody who did the diploma with you that was getting similarity scores of about 60 to 70% on every assignment. What that means is they were using big chunks of sources online, but they weren't referencing them properly. So what happens is when you submit it, I can then click on a button and I get to see exactly what's the same as from other sources. So it could be from sort of UK essays, it could be from other universities, it could be from online sources, because it actually shows me what percentage of your assignment's is the same as something else. So if you can imagine, if you're all using a similar structure, you're all going to have that as being the same, and that really isn't a problem. If you've got a direct reference that you're sourcing, so you've got it in quotations, you put the reference in, that's going to come up the same. That's really not a problem. What is a problem is when you just sort of tweaking a few words and you're cutting and pasting it from another source, but you're not referencing it. And that, if you do that, we have to then flag up anything that's over about 30%. And then it goes to sort of an academic misconduct. So we just have to look into it and just see, is it just sort of like, do we think it's just an error that you've made, or is it sort of almost trying to pass off other work that's not yours as your own? So I just wanted to flag that up because, yeah, for some of you, that hasn't been something that's been a concern up until now, especially if you're writing about your own job roles and your own organisation. You're not going to have a huge amount of similarity. But it's going to be something that we're increasingly looking at. To give you an indication when you submit your assignments as to what sort of level of similarity we'd expect, I would expect it to be between about 18 and 25% would be the same. If it's around that, I wouldn't be too concerned, unless you've got like no use of referencing, in which case that is a concern. But if it starts to be towards 30%, and yeah, some recent cases have been seen between 60 and 70%, which is just like they're just, if it's that high, you haven't written it yourself. You know, you've just found some online sources and put them together.
Can I just ask, with regards to referencing, certain lecturers that we've had have been pretty adamant on where we source their stuff from. So some will say, they used to say to just go through locate. Some would say not to use on sort of some online sources to make sure that they're always peer reviewed. Have you got any sort of feeling towards that when it comes to marking?
Okay, and this is a thing you're going to have, in the sense of every lecturer has their own thing as to what they like, you know, and don't like, and it almost feels like you have to sort of, every time you do a module, you sort of have to find out what they want and then to give them what they want to get the marks you want. Given that this is on the airline industry, I would expect some news sources in there, because some of it is about contemporarily what's going on. So things like the BBC, the Guardian, the Times, etc. I would expect some of those sources, because yeah, you need to be looking at what their strategy is and what's been happening recently. So I'd be really happy to see some good news sources. Things like Forbes are pretty good as well. If you want to get, so locate is absolutely excellent, because we know then that we've got some good academic sources in the slides, because what I'm doing outside of here is I'm actually writing this whole degree for online. So I'm only on the first year modules at the moment, but I've found some really good books through Locate and Biblio, and I've actually included links so that you've got those. So I would like you to use some of those. So like some good quality books, peer-reviewed articles, if you can use those through Locate, that marks will just get better and better because the quality of those sources is so good. CMI, Management Direct, I went on that last night actually, because I was trying to prepare for next week's session with you. That seems to have changed quite a bit, so I can't log in at the moment, but that is excellent and would be a really good source to use as well. Biblio is excellent.
You have to have a login for the CMI.
Are you members? Because you should be members as part of doing the degree. If you still, were you joined up?
Well, we were kind of told, or you'll get it's integrated, you'll get a level diploma with CMI, but that's kind of all we were told. And I think we were meant to have like a meeting with somebody from CMI, and then it never happened.
Okay.
So if I'm very honest, I know very little about what the level 5 diploma is, the CMI part, or anything like that, if I'm honest.
Okay, I will find out for you, because actually you're right, we are, when you do a degree at CU Coventry, it is accredited a number of ways, and one of them is you've got the degree, and then there's also an extra step that we do to get your chartered management status as well, but that's at the end of the degree, and that's with CMI. So I believe as part of you doing this degree is you should have access to the resources as a member of CMI, and I'm going to follow up after this to see if that's the case. I'll follow up after this, but I won't get a response today, obviously because most people aren't working on a Saturday, but I should get a response this week.
Excuse
I'll
me,
find. Yeah.
Hannah, sorry to cut you there. Yeah, if you email Barjin, he will actually get that look into that and get it set up for you. Because I only had my access last year, and I've been I've been at the uni for 3 years. Well,
yeah,
near enough 2.5 years. So I only just got mine this year. So
you do have to follow it up, and there's a lady
yeah,
who's our liaison person, so I have quite a bit to do with her. Her name's Lynn Donald, and what I was going to do was afterwards was just check who's got access from you, because I've listed you all down for the register, and make sure that all happens, because I want you to have access to Management Direct. It's really good. It is worth accessing, and it's got videos on there, all sorts, and useful contents for your degree. So yeah, let me follow it. I'll copy Barjin into it, but I'll do it directly with Lynn to make sure that you've got the access you should have.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not convinced.
I tried to log into CMI with my previous email and password, and it's let me in.
Has it? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
so it might just be obviously people that had it last year then on the CMI course. It might be alright with just going straight in.
Yeah, I think any of you that were on my diploma, you should have all had access, because I sort of was quite keen to get you that, but I think those of you on the degree you might not have apart from Yasmin by this yeah, was it Sharon or Yasmin that got access? Sharon, was it?
Yeah, I've got access to CMI.
Yeah, I have got access to CMI. Yeah.
Have you? Okay. Okay, that's good. You are, if you've done the degree.
Sorry, I don't have access, Hannah.
Callie, I will get onto it. Okay, mind you, we probably need to get your enrolment sorted out first, just to make sure that's all sorted before they'll do that. So I'll put a note that you haven't got access, and then as soon as the one step's sorted, then we'll move on to the next. Okay. I'm making a note of all this. Regarding you getting a CMI diploma level 5, if you're doing the degree, I need to find out on that. I'm not necessarily sure you will, because it is a separate qualification, but you will get the chartered management status. So just let me, I promise you, anything I say I'll do, I'll absolutely do it. So I'll look into it. But yeah, there will be an extra step that we need to do at the end to get you this chartered management status, and I will make sure I follow up with Barjin to make it actually happen, because things
I might be wrong, but it wasn't very clear, so it might be that that's what they were referring to.
Well, it should be clear, shouldn't it? Really, that's the thing. So you know, I will find that. I'll find out, and I'll communicate with you and let you know. Okay.
Okay.
I just have a question, because I came, this is the last stage of my degree that I'm doing.
Yeah.
So I came in the last year, and I'm only going to get the certificate level because I've just started doing it this year. So if I did want to continue with the CIMI, I can do that separately for the next 2 stages.
Yeah, you can join the CMI separately, but even for this, you
I can continue. I can do the CMI and continue that with Coventry, but I would need to enroll again. Is that right? Onto the CMI course that you do?
Just let me look into it, because I think as part of doing this degree, you should get membership with CMI for a year at a certain level throughout the course. So just let me look into it before you join or anything, but certainly afterwards you can join, and you can apply for different levels of membership as well, depending on your career experience. But just let's see what you can get for free first as part of the course, okay? And then you can look at progressing it afterwards.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, is that all good on the CMI front? Okay, let's go back to what I was saying about before then. Yeah, so I've gone on about plagiarism quite a lot, but it's only because I don't want any of you having any hassles on that when you shouldn't need to. do use referencing. You just mentioned the question about what sort of references. So I'm quite broad-minded on that, but and I do like a combination of what's called academic, which ones that you'll get through Bibliu and you'll get through Locate, and I do like industry sources as well, and they're ones where actually you could look at some of the databases potentially that we've that you can get through the CU library, and as I say, like news articles as well. I'm quite keen that you use just to keep it really fresh and up to date. Again, for those, so I appreciate some of you haven't talked before, and I'm sorry because it feels like I keep referring to those that I have. For those that I have, will know that I gave you like oodles of support before. So whenever you did a little bit, I'd have a look and make sure it's okay. I can't give you that level of support on this because it's sort of almost, it bridges, if not careful, it's almost get to the point where I'm sort of proofing it, and we're not, to make sure that it's sort of all fair, not allowed to do that. So I'd suggest there's two key things I can look at. The first is that you write a skeleton. In other words, you do sort of a structure for how you're going to do the different assignments, and you just let me check through it. So it's like only one page, and just see if there's anything missing, or would I do it in a different order. So that would be really helpful before you really get going on it. And then I'll review one draft. Okay, so you've got up to, and I'll review that up to 5 days before the submission. So if you're working on it the weekend before the submission, so after our course, I'll have a look at it and get back to you, say on the Monday. But the reason I don't do it any later than that is just because well, I've had people before now will sort of submit it an hour before they're going to submit it, and I can't guarantee that I can review it in time, and by then it does feel like I'm proofing it. So if we just stick to that, then I absolutely will get back to you quickly with helpful feedback. But if you yeah, that's the sort of parameters that I work towards or work to. Also, try and get an angle on the assignments that you actually enjoy, because honestly you can tell, because I mark so many assignments, if someone doesn't enjoy it, they find it boring, they just want to get rid of it, it's so dull to read. And if you're at all interested and got some things that you want to share, it comes to life, and they're actually I don't know, it's if you think about consumer psychology, if you're selling to people, it's the same with lecturers. You sort of almost got to get into our mindset in the sense of give us something interesting, give us something that you've researched, that you've found a bit of an angle on it, and it will allow you to get fantastic marks. So don't feel you've got to stick safe. Make it interesting, get a bit of a flair, get an angle for something that, yeah, as I say, that you just feel is that you want to share if you can get passionate about it. Any questions on that bit?
No.
Oh, Hannah.
Yep.
You know, we've got to pick an airline.
You've got to pick 2 actually, but yeah, go on.
Oh, 2, sorry.
No,
Do they have to be from that list, or can it just be any airline?
It could be any airline. I mean, one that exists, but yeah, any airline.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right then.
So you've got now on the airline front. So the reason I'm showing you at this stage assessment 2 is just so that you've got an idea of what we're building up to, because otherwise we're going to go short term. I'll go assessment 1, you'll pick your favourite airline, or you'll pick the most interesting one, and then you'll be like, oh, I didn't realise I've got to pick another one for assessment 2. So I just thought if I give you the big picture first, then you can decide which one's got the most to say about for each assignment. So assessment 2 is almost like more of a traditional assignment. So we're looking at, for assessment 2, in the airline sector, we're picking an airline and we're looking about leading and managing change. Okay, so there's something that where you're a management consultant, you've got to look at research on leadership and managing change, leadership styles, particularly around the airline sector. And we've got a couple of key themes there that you can look at as well in terms of globalisation, etc. Then key leadership capabilities and strategies across a range of sectors. So this is where those of you that say are working for SVO or are working for LD or the university, for example, and the other organisations 3M that we talked about, you can look at actually what could be learned from your sectors and could be used in the airline industry. And I know when I teach at GE Aviation, they're really keen to get people from the automotive sector to try and bring in some of their best practice. So this is one where you can sort of extend it out a little bit and see what's applicable. And then we're looking at performance metrics to monitor the level of change and make sure it was successful. So that's the second one. And it's, as I say, that's a bit more conventional, really. So you need to keep an interesting airline where you can talk about some sort of change that's happened. So you need to get that ready for assessment 2. Okay. But more short term, let's look at assessment 1. And this is where I think Sharon was just asking about if you can use other airlines, and you absolutely can. These are just some examples. So we're choosing an airline. It does say you need to get my agreement, but honestly, if it's an airline, isn't it? So unless you're sort of making something up, I don't really think you need me to approve it, but just if you want to, that's fine. So you've got to do 2 things for it. The first one is a 1,000-word report. Now, that's short, like that is really, really short. And that's quite a problem in some ways, because your writing style means you can't give me the basic theory or the concepts. You need to go straight into the application and critical analysis based on your particular airline. Because if you give me too much of the basics, you're not going to be able to get your marks that you want to get. And please assume, you know, I'm teaching the topic, so I know the basics, so we're okay on that. So one application, I want analysis. So you've got your 1,000-word report, and then the next bit, you've got to do a presentation. And your presentation is going to be something that you record yourself. And there's some software that you'll see at the bottom of this slide. Screen-o-matic is what it's called. And it's really good, actually. So you have your PowerPoint slides, and when you're going through it, as long as you've got a camera on your the device that you're using to record yourself, you can either record the slides and your face presenting at the same time, or you can just do slides and a voiceover. But you can, and then you save it and you get a link, and then you'll sort of upload your link, and that's what I'll be marking. So it's maybe worth having a look at the Screen-o-matic sooner rather than later, just so you're comfortable with using it. I promise you, it's really not hard. I use it quite a lot for when I'm doing sort of some of this online courses where I'm trying to do some video bits. Things to know about it: you can stop and start. So one of your people who did this course this time last year, she told me that she didn't realise that actually you didn't just get one take, and you got to stop it part way through if you didn't want, or you can edit it a little bit. So the poor woman had got herself into such a frenzy when she did it that she threw up afterwards, because she was just so nervous about doing it, and she did it in one take, and she said it was so painful. So please be familiar with the software and have a little go on it, because you can sort of get to the point where you're quite relaxed and you're well rehearsed at doing it, and you can stop it part way through and then start it again if you want. Okay, so then
with that video, do you attach the YouTube link just to the bottom of your assignment, or the written part, or do you want it in 2 separate?
There'll be 2 separate submissions. Okay. So yeah, I think the Screen-o-matic one will probably have a link that you just upload the link, and then there'll be a separate report.
Okay, that's fine.
So each of those,
can we do through YouTube? Not to use Screen-o-matic, because Screen-o-matic has some misses sometimes.
Okay, I think so. It's not prescriptive on using YouTube, on using Screen-o-matic. So as long as you've got something where you've recorded yourself, I think that would be fine.
Well, can I just ask?
Yeah.
We need to pay for if we record more than 15 minutes. So I have already recorded from my previous assignment, and now ask me to pay for that.
What, for Screen-o-matic?
Yeah.
I didn't know. I thought when I've used it, and I've done a lot of recordings on it, I've never ever had to pay for anything. So we need to look into that. But yeah, it should be. Nothing that we ask you to do should have any cost. So double check if that's the case, and we'll try and come up with an alternative for you, because you shouldn't have to pay anything for this.
Okay. I think it's okay, because we're only recording for is it 10 or 11 minutes?
Yeah, or it will only be 10
because we have to
minutes,
keep the recording to that. I don't think there is a charge. I've not gone over over that time and not found a charge with Screencast-O-Matic anyway. So
okay,
yeah. I just want to ask. I mean, I'm going to use Screen-O-Matic, but could you use your mobile phone to do the recording, just to record yourself and then do a presentation on it? Is that acceptable? Would that be acceptable?
Yeah, I think that's fine. We're not trying to be prescriptive. It's just got to be you presenting, whether it's
I'm not going to do
audio,
that. I'm
you
going to
face.
use Screen-O-Matic. I find that Screen-O-Matic quite good. So I'll
Yeah,
be
I
doing
found
on
it
that,
good.
and I think it will be difficult on the mobile phone anyway. So, but I was just saying, is that
It would be fine. Yeah, I have had someone before who'd like set up a whole video. Cameron did it in their lounge and stuff. It was very impressive. But yeah, you really.
I don't think capture. I mean, it depends on how big your mobile phone is, but you couldn't capture quite a lot. I mean, you can do like PowerPoints on the actual Screen-O-Matic, and it will capture everything. So I think that would be best. But yeah, so that would be acceptable. Okay.
Yeah, it'd be fine. It's more the content, and yeah, that's what we're really after. Did someone else heard a male voice?
It's me, Hannah. It's Jason. Just on the timing of the video, so it's 10 minutes. How prescriptive does it? Does it have to be exactly 10 minutes? Is it?
No, you've got a 10% contingency, so either side.
Okay.
So yeah, sort of.
So 9 to 11 minutes.
No, yeah, approximately.
Yeah. Okay.
And the same with the word count on your report it's basically 900 to 1100 words.
Yeah. Okay. Understood. That's what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just on the word count, because I'll go through some of the things about like that I like to see and that are personal to me, and I'll talk to you through those in a couple of slides. So in terms of your total mark, this 1,000 word report is worth 20% of your total marks, and the 10-minute recorded video is worth 20% as well. So they're just different ways where you're addressing the same sort of content, really. So one is written and the other one is you talking through it. So we've got the organisations, right? So so tell me, what do you know just off the top of your head about the airline industry at the moment? Or any of the airlines? Have you heard anything?
Well, I know Ryanair are running on 40% of their flights compared to this time last year.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we've got a reduced.
Had a massive impact.
Yeah, it has. I mean, that's what I was thinking. Like when I saw the assignments, I was like, oh no, because I know all of like the majority of you have sort of got automotive sort of backgrounds. So it's like, oh, they're not going to be happy. But then I was like, oh, there is actually quite a lot to say that you can pick up on the news. So we've got a reduction in capacity with a very high fixed cost business, isn't it? Because things like airlines, the amount of money that they've got to get it going, and they're not going to be necessarily getting their returns. Anything else that we know about the airline industry at the moment?
There's a lot of massive cancellations, isn't there? Because obviously circumstances with COVID keep on changing, borders keep getting closed and reopened, and people are cancelling flights or reallocating flights for next year. I feel like this, like you say, that there's a lot of kind of complication in that.
Well, yeah, and it's complicated from the point of view of an assignment. If you want to do really well, complicated is good. It's like if it's too simple, you can't get the marks. But actually, if it's quite a complex sort of, it is so turbulent at the moment. And we've got you've got the lockdown sort of, like the quarantining restrictions are going to change whether people want to go to places as well, haven't you? Even if the airlines are still running. But there was something else I was thinking. Did any of you hear? I'm trying to. It was June the 15th, because I remember what I was doing that day. It was in the news, and it was about British Airways. Do you remember hearing any news about anything that changed in British Airways?
Didn't they cut the staff?
They redid all their contracts, and they really did them over. And it was a case of, it isn't as if you can go off to another airline. They looked at their pension provision, they looked at how much they took home, and it was it was one of those awful situations. I don't know if anyone's ever had it, where your contract and everything you used to do is just changed overnight, and you've either got to sign up for the new one or you just haven't got work. And there was the people being interviewed on it were saying they were going to take home half of what they were used to taking home. It was so bad, and it was It was seen as massively unethical. The reason being, British Airways had wanted to do it for a while, especially I think really looking at their pension provision. But it almost felt like COVID had given them a reason to like be able to get away with it. That was the perception anyway, not necessarily the case, but they had a massive backlash. Especially because it's viewed quite well actually, or it was British Airways, but the way they handled that was seen as really poor. So I definitely think, yeah, go on.
Is it worth looking at potential, maybe whether anyone's made any profit when it comes to everybody who rushed over the summer to go abroad? Because I know that TUI recently have said that they're going to pay back the money to people for any holiday that was cancelled. So it makes you wonder whether they've made so much money in the last month or so potentially to be able to do that, or how they've managed to be able to pay that money back.
Possibly, but let's have a look at the next slide, because let's just make sure, because the challenge we've got is this as well, is there is quite a lot of interesting things to say about it. So because of that, you want to make sure that what you're saying is relevant to the learning outcomes, because otherwise I can't give you marks. Even if it's fascinating, we've got to make sure you hit the criteria. So just in terms of setting the scene on the 2 assignments, you could go low cost carrier. So we could go something like Ryanair or EasyJet or something like that. And then we could do something like British Airways. So we could do more of a sort of transatlantic, one that's got a more global reach, that's got different, because they've got different sorts of challenges. So let's have a look at what we actually want to do for the first assignment. So we're looking at a strategic change. So what could a strategic change be for one of these airlines?
Changing where they fly to.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So destinations.
Those are kind of planes that they use.
Yeah, because there were
different amounts of passengers and the services they offer.
Yeah, absolutely. We could also look at because a lot of organisations at the moment are introducing more sort of wellbeing initiatives, although that all comes with cost as well, doesn't it? So I think we're talking more about, when we're looking at it, the destinations, the types of service through the different airplanes. So it's only 3 things we've got to look at. I'm thinking for your, if you was going to structure your presentation, what I'd probably do is, if we've got 1,000 words for the report, for example, I've made some notes on this when I was sort of considering how you're going to do it. So you've got a discrepancy of 10% either way. So I'm thinking what you want to do is you want to do probably 100 words for an introduction and 100 words for a conclusion. Then each of those 3 things, give them 300 words each. And I think if you do that, that's a reasonable structure for the assignment. Then for the presentation, I do it similar. I do a minute start, a minute end, and 3 minutes for each of these learning outcomes. And that again comes to 11 minutes. So it's just on the borderline of what you can sort of get away with.
Hannah, what you discuss in the 1,000-page report, 1,000-word report. When you come to do your presentation, can you just take the same information and put it in the presentation?
Yeah, maybe don't just read your report at me, or I can do it like as a bedtime story, can't I? Yeah, maybe try and bring it to life a little bit differently. But yeah, absolutely, the fundamentals of this should cover both. But the way that you deliver it, it's just, you've got the same core information, you're just delivering it in 2 different ways.
You're just reporting your findings then in your
absolutely.
in your presentation.
Yeah.
So could you use more sort of, maybe apply more diagrams, maybe models and things like that for your presentation part on your slides compared to your
could do
written report?
And if you wanted to, if you're that confident, you didn't even have to use any slides, or you could do something different if you want. I mean, I'm not trying to sort of make it any harder, but yes, you could do. So it's basically, so the spoken presentation is less sort of less narrative based. You've got, it's less textual. It's more yeah, you're right, sort of pictorial it could be, and that could work really well. Just bring it to life. That's what I'm trying to, yeah, get you to do. Yeah, so it's the same because it's not worth a massive amount, but we just want you to do the core research so you can, yeah, present it in the 2 different ways. So other things I was thinking about in terms of what's been happening in the airline industry, a strategic change which they haven't really picked, but they've had to adhere to, is the whole thing with the data breaches as well. And have you heard anything about, I'm not sure if any of the airlines, I think they have had data breached. Have you heard of it? Do you know what I'm on about? The GDPR and the fines and things that come with that?
Yeah.
Because that could be another thing in terms of how their systems have got to be quite different. But yeah, so yeah, we can look at sort of new routes, new offerings, higher level offerings, or sort of more budget ones, whatever we think, more flexibility. I mean, another thing in terms of the change, have they changed the capacity on airlines with COVID?
I presume so.
I think they, I think they did at the start. Yeah, there's got to be seating between everyone, isn't there?
Yeah, social distancing.
Yeah, and then people are meant to wear face masks, aren't they? Hey, which airline? Well, there was another one over the bank holiday weekend that cocked up because people were coming back testing COVID positive. Can you remember which one that was? I'm sure that was a cheaper one.
Oh, that was TUI, I think.
I was going to say, I thought it was TUI.
Yeah, and they got a bit of a negative press about that as well, didn't they? I suppose the only thing is
because they weren't testing people on going on the plane or anything else like that. They were just, people were just getting on and off the plane.
Yeah, and they weren't sort of exercising the processes they should have done during the flight as well, weren't they?
Yeah, they weren't wearing masks, were they? During
No.
the flight, not everyone was anyway.
However, I don't think that's a strategic change because they're not changing something fundamentally in how they're running their business. They're adapting to something that's happened, aren't they?
Could you look at how they're changing their advertising and marketing towards showing that they are COVID secure? If anybody's got sort of new sort of adverts out there, or their website's changed potentially, showing you how they're better to go with strategically because you're less likely to catch COVID-19 with them. So no, it's not.
Yeah, I think so. And the reason I'd say that's okay is because it's planned. So this idea with a strategic change is that it's something that's actually been thought through, and they're using it as a marketing angle, aren't they?
Yeah.
So that could be one. Yeah, that could be one thing to get a competitive edge in terms of how they're doing it. So just have a
suggest comparing that to another airline potentially that hasn't done so much.
I wouldn't do that, and the reason being, you've only got your 1,000 words, your 10 minutes. If we're not careful, we're going to make this too big. The best way to get really good marks is to go quite deep in terms of the topic, to try and really explore what they've done, rather than keeping it shallow and comparing it. And also, the last thing you want to do is then use up another airline that you can't then use in your second assignment.
Okay.
Have a think about different ways they could have gone about it, introducing it, and was there anything better that they could have done in terms of how they've led it? Now, in the second, so that's the first point. And the second one, when we're looking at contemporary research on the role of leadership in terms of managing the change and making sure it's sort of bedded in properly. When I was prepared, so I spent last night looking at next week what we're doing. And I've got to say, the contemporary research, it isn't very contemporary because the stuff that I'm going to show you isn't cutting edge, but I'll show you some stuff that's moving towards like topics. But I want you to look at what's really happening and going on now in terms of, and I'll talk to you about this next week. What is changing in terms of management leadership? What's the agenda? Why is it changing in that way? What's a bit out there actually? So we might look at some of the organisations that we consider to be pioneering. What have they done and how could we implement it? How could it be used in terms of the airline industry? And then the third one, so this idea of ethics and the relationship we've got between leaders and followers. Now, this is where, in terms of a service offering, a while ago, so probably last year, the airlines were really going for the sort of green vote, weren't they? And they sort of being as carbon neutral as possible. So I think things like Ryanair were actually scoring really high on that, even though that's never been what they've intended to do because their business is very much a profit-driven business. But they it was something that consumers were really concerned about. I think when we think about ethics, if we consider now, like how British Airways have handled their changes, I don't think that they've done it very well in terms of engendering, like having employee loyalty in difficult times. So I just want you to hear, we've got this background going on of CSR, of sort of wanting to do business with brands that we like and trust. But there's research that shows actually people just want the best deal they can get. So it's quite sort of mixed there, really. So I think I'd say at this point, what you really need to think about is to try and find an organisation and that you're interested in that has had a change, and you define what that is, whether it's a different type of plane, whether it's a different marketing approach, whether it's a different destination, whether it's an extension to their brand, which is a low cost carrier or a higher class, whatever you want, just have a think. And maybe if you want to run that past me, that'd probably be quite a good idea. And then you can start exploring these 3 points in more detail.
So do you think it's better to have something that's like more of a recent change, Hannah?
I don't know, because I was just thinking, as I was going through it, I was thinking about what I'd do, and I don't, because some of the bigger airlines, they got sort of they've invested in some really fantastic airplanes with sort of extra floors and things, and I still think that's just as valid. I don't think you need to do a hot potato on it. I don't think you need to do something that is COVID related, but you could do if you want.
Yeah, that was kind of where I was leading to.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I'm not thinking 50 years ago. I'm talking like last 5, maybe 6 years. Maybe.
Yeah, and
I was thinking, if you're going to make everyone's reports just going to be on changes that airlines have made because of COVID, isn't it?
You're just all going to be face masked out, aren't you? In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you're presenting in your face masks.
Would something like as well, like like September the 11th, how maybe United Airlines strategically changed how they run their security, etc., because of sort of terrorist attack. I know it's a bigger thing that's happened, isn't it, in the airline industry, or whether people have changed the way they look at how people travel because of it.
Well, I think that's a really good point, because you can tell people who don't travel very often, because they're the ones that turn up to the airport with their hand luggage and massive toothpaste and like conditioners and stuff, aren't they, in their hand luggage, and then they get all upset that they have to throw them away, because it did change the way people travelled, didn't it, and what was expected of you and the processes that went into place. So there were massive changes with that. Just find an angle, as I say, find something that you think, because also they wanted to make sure people felt safe, didn't they, on the airline? So actually the business, it continued, which is exactly what they're trying to do now with COVID, that actually people still fly. So yeah, I think you've got a lot of scope here, but find one that you think, I like that. That's quite an interesting. Right, okay. I've just found something on the assignment brief. Now, yeah, as I say, I keep on going back to the fact I've only known about this module a short period of time, so don't.
Previous 3 years, isn't it?
Yeah, last 3 years. Well spotted. That's exactly what I was going to say. So we can't go September 11th, but we could go a couple of years. So we've got to 2017.
Okay.
That's still plenty of scope, isn't it? Okay. How, for those of you that are continuing on the degree, how does this compare with your other assignments?
Yeah, the same format.
Yeah, same old. Yeah, for those who've done the CMI, it is quite different, I think.
Just for us, Hannah, what so in terms of references for this assignment, say for each one, how many sort of references would you expect to see, roughly, if there is a number? Or
you've only got 1,000 words, but I'd still like to see a couple of direct references in there. So there might be sort of direct, you might be paraphrasing it, but certainly would like to see 10 plus things referenced at the end.
Okay.
And a mixture of books, mixture of articles. What, sorry?
For each assignment?
Yeah, for each. And then for your 4,000, for the report, which is much longer, say 20, 25.
So two in introduction, 2 in each learning outcome and then 2 in conclusion? Would you spread them out, or?
No, I'd go probably roughly 3 in each of the 3 main sections.
Okay.
Okay. So past 3 years is our remit. We're looking at something that's happened strategically, something they've decided to do that's different. And actually, your sort of conclusion might be actually it's no longer fit, even though it's only 3 years ago, it's no longer fit, and the reason being is X. Okay.
And where would be the best place to get that information from to resource? What would you like to see to where we're getting those from?
Okay, I would like to see some models used, so some frameworks. I want you to see some application in terms of like how they've done their strategic approach, and we'll come on to some of those today. So probably one of those might come from the core textbook, which is called Lynch. So what I'd like to see is you use the model, but then you don't just stick the picture in, you actually write over it, but you apply it to TUI, for example. So something like, so some frameworks in there that will come from the textbooks that are adapted, and then some sort of news/industry related sources would be great.
We did a lot of that in the CMI, didn't we? Like,
yeah.
Models and how it applies in your own application.
Are we allowed to sort of look into what we did for the diploma and sort of recycle some of the bits and models that we used for that? Yeah,
and absolutely. And that for those who've done the degree as well, please use bits that you feel are relevant. I mean, don't just turn an old like assignment into a new one, but yeah, please, because this is a building process. So yeah, absolutely. Now, next week we've got someone called Daniel Quinn, who is he's like academic support with Shivani, and I asked him if he could spend a bit of time with us, just like I was saying, potentially how would you go about, from an academic point of view, putting together these 2 assignments? Would that be helpful? Or what would be helpful? I just want to make sure you can get as many marks as possible. What's going to give you the chat? What, from a sort of an academic point of view, what are you nervous about in terms of this?
I think with especially on the degree, again, lecturer dependent, some lecturers would just give you the assignment and go through the slides and that would be it. Whereas some lecturers like Alfred is quite similar to you. He gives you a breakdown of how much he would expect in introduction and things. And if there was anything that he really thought was beneficial, he would say this on the slides. He say this would be good to apply in assignment 1. This would be a good for assignment 2. So you could actually make notes of what he really thought was relevant for that assignment. So then you got a good sort of bullet points of what was in there, and you could sort of cross them off as you went along. And to be honest, he did that really well in the last module, and I got the best result I've ever got.
I have done that. Also, when I'm going through the slides, I've almost like put top tips in there, sort of like when I think something's going to be useful. The only thing I don't want is that everyone's assignment looks exactly the same. But I'm just trying to think, when we come to the end of the session, we'll ask you again about like what might be helpful from the academic point of view, just in case we lose. Just, I know from the degree students, you're used to doing these sort of assignments, but I just think things like individual presentations, shorter reports, they're a little bit different, aren't they? If we've done the CMI thing, which has all been sort of 3,000-4,000 word reports, isn't it? With lots of bits broken down.
So are all the different modules going to be similar to this, whether it's not just straightforward 5,000 word?
Yeah, they're all got some element. I mean, the business project is going to be report based. It might have a poster element, but I don't think I'm not sure. Actually, some of them do, where you do a poster based on it.
They've got like presentations and stuff like that.
Yeah, either posters or presentations, or they're trying to create sort of a little bit slightly more innovative ways of assessing. So so if you're not great at reports, basically you can still do really well. That's what they want.
Yeah.
Okay. We've done newsletters and things like that before.
Yeah. So yeah, they try and sort of spice it up as much as they can. But
it breaks it up a bit as well, doesn't it? It's not just.
Yeah, it's more interesting to mark as well.
Yeah.
But it's just if you feel like if it's sort of something like a poster, you might feel like you've been more assessed on your design skills, and it's not meant to do that, but it's sort of trying to test you to be a little bit creative as well. Okay, I'm going to go back, continue with going through slides a little bit more, and then we'll have a break. As I mentioned to you, so with some of these modules, the texts that we've got are quite old, and then you get criticised. We give you these awful old textbooks, and then we say, you've only used old textbooks, and you're like, well, that's not very fair because you've not given us any recent ones. So I just thought part way through, these are 3 texts that I've been using recently that have been pretty good on sort of strategic leadership. So if you want to have a look at those for some of the theories and ideas, I'd suggest, I've given you, they're all available online, so I just thought that might be quite helpful for you. And then I've got some tips as well. As I mentioned, if you've only got 1,000 words or 10 minutes, don't explain to me what strategic leadership is. Explain to me what strategic leadership is at British Airways. So you get straight in there, sort of almost don't give basic definitions of concepts. We don't need them. You're not going to get your marks. Also, actually, just in terms of writing style, something that if you've got the confidence to do it, that works really well, is to start and end with interesting or thought-provoking openers. So things that are maybe slightly controversial, or facts that you found out, or opinions that you don't necessarily agree with, but come round to them at the end, because otherwise you've got an introduction that's basically a summary of what you're going to tell me, you tell it me, and then you give me a summary of what you told me, and that's not that, that doesn't leave an impression. So if you can sort of step it up and almost find out something that's happened really recently or something, so that can be really good if you can get access to them. Critical analysis, 30% of your marks are for this thing called critical analysis, and that's basically ripping things apart, but constructively. And actually, what we've spoken about in terms of the recent changes in the market gives you so much scope to do that, because things have changed. The landscape has changed, so actually things aren't relevant anymore. I have had assignments before where they just contain all the slides I've given the person. Don't do that, because it's just it just feels a bit like a bit of a waste of time, really. So try and adapt things. So just in terms of, we've spoken before about each of your lecturers has got their own sort of way of doing things, and I'm sorry, because that means you have got to shift things around a bit. If you can, use diagrams, adapt them though, so put text boxes over them and adapt them with things that are relevant to your organisation. Label them, give the source where they came from, and put adapted from body 2009, for example, but it's created for KLM, for example. Don't just give me a paragraph. Don't make the 1,000 words one paragraph, and I've had that before as well, because I get up really early and I tend to mark before I teach you. So by the time I've probably taught you on that Saturday, you'll have submitted on the Friday night. By that Saturday morning, my guess is I'll have marked all your assignments. But the reason I do that, I'm really tired when I'm marking them. So make it easy for me. Put them in terms of, give me headings, subheadings, just divide it down really nicely so I can see at a glance you've met the assignment brief. Do write in the third person, so don't use I. I know it sounds a bit odd, but if you do things like I've just given you an example there, like this report critiques the strategic approach, etc. So sort of get into that language, because that's what we're expecting at top-up degree level. Don't think you've got to put your images at the end. Some lecturers, for some reason, don't seem to allow you to put them in the body of the assignment, but I just put them in where they're relevant, make it really easy to follow, and bring the contents to life, because the beauty of using these images and models that you're adapting, it just means you're not using any word count. However, this will come on to something else in a second. Don't give me the British Airways website as an appendix. Just, if I need to, you can give me a link so I can read more if I need to, but don't put stacks of appendices in there, because they're not marked. They do not, I can glance through them, but you don't get any more marks for doing it. So sort of don't almost create a 10,000 word assignment with just 1,000 in the main body and then 9,000 in the rest. Just try and get everything that you need to in the body of the report.
What do you class as word count? Just do you count the references, or
let's have a look.
Table at the bottom, or
so table of contents, no. Contents page, no. headers and subheaders now, but it should be listed on the assignment brief, which I think I printed out. I probably haven't actually. Yes, I have. I don't know if it's explicit in terms of what isn't and isn't, isn't it? Tables are in the word count unless explicitly told not. So that brings me on to the thing with sometimes, because I do understand this, you want to do as well as you can do possibly, and because of that you want to get as much in there as possible, but don't do tables. And I'm going to tell you something now, not to tell you how to do it, but tell you not to do it. Don't do a table, screenshot it in Paint, copy it back in, and then it's got no words. Does that make sense in the word count? So you think, oh, I've been really clever because I've got an extra 300 words in the body of my report, more contents, but it's no words. It's so easy to see that you've done that. So please don't do that. Just stick to the word count. So yeah, so references aren't in there either. But I think that's pretty much it. Apart from that, yeah, the body of it, that's your words. I had a 2,000 word report that some master's students I was teaching submitted, and I don't know if I've told any of you this before, but someone submitted 40,000 words instead. And if someone does that, I have to mark all of it, but I stop giving them marks after 2,000 words, but I have to give them feedback on all of it. And you can still get a really good first in the word count, so please stick to it if you can, because in your workplace, if someone gives you a 5-minute presentation at a senior level, they don't mean a 15-minute presentation, they mean 5 minutes. So just stick to it. Is that okay? It's gone silent.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Okay, 5 days beforehand, you're on your limit now from when I can review things. If you've got your assignment in and you go, do you know what, I've done it, but I am 50% over, I'm really struggling with this, I'm not sure what to cut out. If you give it me in enough time, I can just line stuff through and just say not relevant, because I will know what won't get you the marks. So that's why when someone was suggesting that maybe comparing 2 different businesses and their approach, you haven't got the words to do it, I can tell you that straight away. So with this, you do need to be brutal, and if it's not going to get you the marks, you need to cut it. So yeah, that is quite a discipline. That's probably one of the biggest skills with these assignments. Right, I am going to suggest that we have, if it's okay, a short break. Can we have about 15 minutes? And then we'll start the contents for the course then.
Yeah.
So I make it at about 11:25. So if we start back about 20 to 12, is that all right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, fabulous. See you all shortly.
Thanks.
Bye.
Anna, have you done much before on things like leadership and change? Is this I'm just wondering if this is going to be a lot of repetition for you.
We did leadership styles.
Okay.
Concepts. I think it kind of just all feeds into each other, really, because we did decision making and things like that, but then it came into sort of what sort of leaders make certain decisions, and so yeah, we've done quite a bit. So
okay,
to be honest, because you make a lot of sense, so it's fine.
Okay, I was just going to say, because
very confused, so that's fine.
Well, because we've got so much to cover, I don't want to be teaching you things that you've done time and time again. I know, obviously, I know what the CMI people have done, and I think there will be stuff that we're all pretty sure of, and then what I'll try and do is build on the stuff that is new, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So that's my sort of thinking. Okay, I'm going to start again then, because we have got quite a lot, but it's sort of quite heavy material, so it's a bit yeah, it's it's the contents we need for the assignments. Has anyone had a thought yet? Very early days. Any ideas on which airline and what you're doing? Have you got anything come to mind?
I'm probably going to have to do a bit of research beforehand, because I don't really know much about what's going on with the airlines, any of them at the minute, to be honest.
Yeah. I did a PowerPoint on Thomas Cook previously.
Okay.
Obviously, they're not really around anymore as much, I don't think.
Well, when did they go? Was it about a year ago?
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, so you could still do it as long as it's in the last 3 years.
I was thinking of doing British Airways and the contract changes and redundancies that they've had this year.
Yeah, I might have a look to see if there's any sort of global companies that have started flying out of a UK airport or a different UK airport.
Yeah, that sounds
whether they've changed for any particular reason, whether strategically they've started flying out of like a Midlands rather than a London, or.
That sounds.
Hello, Hannah. Do we need to do, or is it just the airlines that is being listed on here that we need to work on? Can one go on on other airlines like Ryanair and stuff?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. So as long as it's an airline, so they're just ideas. So please don't feel restricted by those. They were just examples. So as long as it does have to be an airline though, so don't go like off on a different type of organisation. But yeah.
I know that we had Alfred gave us a link to Euromonitor and like business analytics, but it's quite good to use if you're looking at why an airline's going to a certain country.
Oh, okay.
To see whether it will give you a breakdown of sort of their what's changing in the country and their research and development and how they've improved on like transport links and things like that. So it might be that country's got a brand new airport, or they've invested in their tourism industry. So it might be that's helpful for, I don't know if the CMI guys have done that before. But on Moodle, you used to be able to get a list of all these different things you could go on, like Fame and things like that.
Yeah, we've had a look at those, some different databases when we were doing the business project, and there was there's some good things in there that give some good background. Because I tell you what happened just before lockdown, well, at the same time lockdown started, Turkey removed, because you used to have to buy a visa, I think, to go to Turkey, and then to try and increase tourism over the summer, they got rid of it. And then of course it was lockdown, so that didn't really help at all, because it wouldn't have made, the sort of extra publicity they're aiming to get.
Like I know in Tunisia they built a brand new airport. This was probably more than 3 years ago, but they moved their airport, which was like I've been there, it was like a cattle shed, right. And built a brand new airport because a lot of British people were going to Tunisia for holidays. So
things like that could stimulate the change. Okay, yeah, well, please do feel free when you've come up with something just to run it past me if you want, just to get sort of clarification that sounds the right sort of level of change. Okay, I'm gonna, as I say, go back to the slides to just make sure I'm doing that. Okay, current slide. So what I mentioned as we're starting this second bit of the session was just that I'm keen that we don't reiterate stuff that you've gone over and over before, that are try and build on things that you haven't covered. So when it comes to strategic leadership, we're looking at the individuals involved. So we're looking at the attributes that make somebody successful, which I know I think the degree people have covered in sort of leadership concepts and things. I think you have had some look at what that is, and I know we've certainly done it in 501 and 502 on the CMI as well. We'll look at the organisational culture and style, but I don't think, again, I'll ask the degree people if we've done that, if you've done much on culture before, and just go at the appropriate level. And then we'll also look at the idea of power as well, and how that all comes together to take an organisation forward. So in this, it's probably worth looking at your, relating it back to the assignment, who actually runs the business in terms of like who's going to be taking it forward, and because that will impact the decisions that are made and how they're sort of delivered. If we think about Ryanair, who runs that company?
I just know it's an Irish guy.
It is an Irish guy. Does anyone know his name?
Is it Ryan?
No, Mr. Ryanair. No, I think his name's is it Michael O'Leary? And he tries to be like a disruptor, and he tries to get a lot of publicity by just being a bit of an idiot, really, by almost being deliberately contentious and controversial. But I think, again, that has a sort of it gets him the publicity, but I'm not sure it gets him the respect. So that comes down to, you know, that third the learning outcome about ethics and how that impacts how people feel about the organisation. So I appreciate some of these slides have a lot on there, and the reason being I just didn't want to do like hundreds, because for 5 sessions, like for 20 hours of material, I'm looking at generally about 175 slides. So I try and condense it down for a sort of maximum of 50 a week with you. So we're really looking at here the high level decisions. So it's sort of top down decisions that we're looking at in terms of how they're going to run the business. It won't just be the chief exec, and that it will be looking at a wider the board who runs the business. We're going to be looking at, when you're looking at the strategy, looking at what's going on outside. So in terms of like environmentally what's happening and pressure in the business, but also we need to make sure that that fits inside the business as well, in terms of having the right staff and taking the business forward to be, if they want to be a business that's connected with excellence. So if we think about British Airways, that's really quite a premium brand. We need that fit in terms of what the market wants, but actually what they can deliver to make sure that the strategies sort of fits together. So we want to keep people happy, really, in terms of the leadership and taking the business forward. And that's why I think British Airways have got a massive problem at the moment, because they're not necessarily going to be bought into delivering they're not going to believe in the purpose of the organisation anymore. So strategic leadership's about, it's a long term, having a long-term plan, but it's also about trying to share that with those that are actually executing it as well. So from everybody, from the person that you're meeting at the check-in desk, or don't meet now, because if the more sort of, because this is another change, isn't it, where airlines are trying to make things, already they were trying to do it so it was sort of almost as depersonalised as possible, to make it as efficient as possible, so that you check in without potentially having to go up to a desk. And actually, if we go back to the COVID situation, that gives even more reason, doesn't it, to pay less people to do certain jobs if we can automate it more and more.
The British Airways situation though, where they sort of changed the way they're doing things, was that because they brought in a new leader, or was that the current CEO and that team making them changes? No,
I think it. I actually,
against the culture of the. You talk about culture of a business and looking after its staff, and then they've gone complete opposite direction.
Yeah, they have.
It's almost like if it's the same people in charge that have made that decision, it's a bit like, well, did you really believe it in the first place, sort of thing? Whereas if it's like new leadership, it sort of justifies the change, doesn't it? So,
and that's something that's really, really valid to look into, because I think about the time that I started teaching last year, I think Tesco's CEO stepped down, and he'd done it for about 4 years, and it tends to be at a very senior level, people last a certain number of years, and actually then they see through whatever the promises are that they set out to do. So it's absolutely worth investigating if the strategic change has come from a change in, come from new people. But sometimes those new people are specifically brought in to cut costs, for example. So you'll.
The reason I ask is JLR has recently got a new CEO, haven't they?
Okay, and what's the change then?
So he's this guy called Thierry Ballot has replaced Professor Ralph Speff. So obviously, with all the change that's come about, it seems like that decision's been made so they can, like he's been brought in for a purpose to, cut costs, tighten the belt, eliminate as much waste as possible, and almost just like the business can justify the choices made because of it's under a new leader's vision almost.
I think that's such a good point.
To change throughout the business, and it's almost like, well, that's the way it was under our Speff, but now because we've got Thierry Ballot in place, and that's what he wants to do, so that's what we're doing.
And it gives a clean sheet, doesn't it? Almost without, in theory, an excuse not to compromise their ethics because they're blaming someone.
Ethics almost.
Yes, and a new culture by the person at the top.
Yeah,
I think a lot of companies have had to they've kind of maybe abandoned their ethics slightly within the last 6 months. Whereas, with British Airways, they've kind of always said that they're the elite, aren't they? That's how they sell themselves. They say you won't pay a cheap price with us like Ryanair or EasyJet because we employ the best staff, we have the best planes, you have the best customer service. But now all I can think of in my head is that they've kind of, whether it's a new CEO or the current one, they've kind of gone against all of that ethically, because now to me I'm thinking, well, if they treat their staff like that, how are they going to treat me on a flight? Am I paying that money, or should I just pay for a cheap ticket where I know what I'm going to get? I'm probably going to get average service, or somebody who's really keen to do the job and does provide a decent service, but I know what I'm paying for. Now it just makes me think that they've kind of forced their employees into taking that contract. Or don't have a job, and what are you going to do in those circumstances when there's nowhere else to go?
She's going to destroy the morale.
You're going to take that pay cut.
All the staff, and obviously if they, you get on a plane, everyone's happy. You're on a flight. Oh, it's brilliant, everything's rosy, and then when really all the staff are thinking, oh, it's pissing me off. This is.
I've got no choice.
And it would be interesting to see if they revert their contracts back to their original pay.
Yeah,
when this does,
do you think they really will?
I don't think they will. No, it'll be a forgotten thing, won't it?
So it's a case of really whether they've been using it as an excuse because actually they're saying, look, we're on our feet, we are really struggling, or on our knees, we're really, really struggling with running this business. And so the only way that we can continue to safeguard jobs, to secure the future of the business, is to cut our costs. And sadly, this is from their point of view, what they're saying, that involves having to cut our employee costs, but at least you've still got jobs.
Yeah, we've still got what JLR are going to do in this case, use it almost like an excuse, but it's a justified excuse because it's not like it's just someone decided, we want to make more money. It's, the whole world's in the same boat where it's like we need to survive and get through this period. So you can't argue the point.
Workers, isn't it? The power guys at JLR. So when they used to come in, they used to get I think it was 80% pay, and now it's gone down to, is it 70% or 60% pay?
Yeah.
So that's happened over the past few years. Under Ralph, I think he was trying to how could we pay our employees less money, and obviously one of the ways was to bring them as contractors or through agencies like Manpower and give them less pay, even less than 80%, and give them 70%.
Yeah, it took a long time to get a contract, even longer and longer and longer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they can dispose of you at their will within a week, can't they?
Yeah.
If they see fit, which is basically what they've done.
Or a week before your 5-year to get your contract.
Yeah, I mean, there's about 1,500 people that have been kind of lost. Yeah. So it's a lot of people.
Yeah.
But it's something that the business has had to do to try and protect itself.
Well, I suppose this really comes down to, in terms of what the purpose of the organisation is, because survival. I think
survival is going to be, especially
Yeah, I think survival, but I think one of the best things a leader can be is be sort of clear and as honest as they can be with their employees. So if they say, oh, we need to give you a cut in your pay, if they provide the staff with evidence that they've looked at every other thing, sort of their costs on, you know, what they pay per flight, what they, you know, everything else, and they've said, look, we've cut money in this department, this bit, but it's not enough, and this is why we're having to cut your pay. It kind of makes employers think, well, actually, they've looked at every opportunity before they've come to cutting wages.
Yeah, lead it by example as well, because
and taking a cut
everyone's
themselves.
everyone's pay, and then obviously the CEO and the board get massive bonuses every year.
Well, that's what happened with Thomas Cook, wasn't it? The CEO ended up still with loads of money, didn't he? After making all them stuff redundant. So.
Yes, I think clarity is a massive thing.
That comes down to integrity as well, doesn't it? And our belief in the organisation, the people that run it. So this brings us on very nicely to the next slide, which is what do we think makes a successful leader?
Well, they need to be able to create change.
Okay, so they make change happen,
but in a positive way.
Inspire people.
Justify, yeah.
Yeah. What happens though? Because that's all good when things are good. When things are less, you know, when the environment's less buoyant and there's some difficult things that have got to happen, how can they still do it well?
They need to be a good decision maker, and that depends on the company and the company style. So I would say you're not going to want an autocratic leader in a company that's very open to taking opinions from its sort of managers and staff members on how they can improve. So your leadership style's got to fit the business, if that makes sense. So if you've got somebody that's not working in that sense, sort of, it's not going to work for the business. So I think you've got to be selective of who you choose as your leader.
Yeah. Do you think the choice of leader will depend on like the circumstances the organisation's facing?
Potentially, yeah.
They've got to react to what's kind of happening in the economy. So, you know, you've got to kind of look at patterns and trends of things. I suppose COVID is a bit of a anomaly, isn't it, really? But I think a good leader's got to be able to understand how to react to any kind of like circumstances that happen in the economy at the time, or plan for it.
Plan ahead for foresee.
So foresee what they can do, but I think have a level of integrity that people actually believe. Because the one thing is sometimes they can't tell you everything, can they? Because they're not actually allowed. You know what I mean? There's some sort of things that they're not able to share. But I think if you believe that they've got your best interest at heart, it's still okay.
I think it could be somebody that's maybe worked their way up, would be, you know, that lower members of the team can relate to. Actually, they've been in my shoes, kind of thing. Sometimes can be a real advantage.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So I think we've it's this sort of definition here in terms of it being someone that's believes in the companies, what the organisation's about, and sort of tries to help motivate people even when things aren't going that well. And that you feel they're going to look after you as well. So even if things are bad, that actually, if we can then put the salaries back up again as soon as we could, they would. But also they're going to sometimes have to do things that aren't great just to make sure that the chance of the business surviving. But again, if they explain, mind you, do you think though people are that rational that even if they explain exactly where the figures come from, do you think people will still understand?
Not everybody, but I think majority of the people who are invested in the business.
There's, you know, you can't really deny, you know, if sales drop. If the facts are there and the reports are written, if I look, sales have dropped, we do have to pull about it a little bit. And people can't just go, oh, that's not true, I don't believe it, you should pay me more.
I think maybe there's a degree of providing a reason behind the decision that you've made. Like, I know they're not going to share everything with you because that's not how business works, but at least making the effort to try and understand actually shows them maybe as a more supportive sort of company to the outside world.
think it depends on the size of the decision that's being made as well. So obviously with all this COVID stuff, there's massive changes to business and the way they're ran. But it's almost like that's on a massive scale, so they have to justify it. Whereas small changes that they can see in the future, they don't necessarily have to. Because a lot of them changes probably won't affect the shop floor workers and stuff, will they?
And I think so, sometimes maybe if they're really close to going under, they don't want to necessarily let you know how.
Yeah, they don't want to tell everyone because it's just going to destroy the morale of the workforce.
Yeah, and demotivate them further. So it's it is it's a really tricky one. And you will have this is what Anna was sort of describing, that you've got certain people that are inclusive and that want to sort of make it happen, and other ones that just make stuff happen sometimes. And actually maybe there is a role for both at different points in the organisation. Have you gone through before for this idea of traits and styles, that people have different traits? Okay.
Yeah.
Is everyone on the degree sort of comfortable with those? What about our CMI people? Do you sort of remember any of this, about sort of this idea of actually we're born as a leader or we're not, or we have this sort of either different styles?
Yeah, we've covered styles and stuff, haven't we?
Yeah, and we've covered this idea of the contingency. So almost in different circumstances, we act in different ways. And out of these three, so if you're looking at with the first assignment, if you're looking at how they're leading it, you're probably going to look at a contingent style, or a contingent theory, because that means they're going to shape the way that they respond to what they need to do depending on what's going on in the environment at the time. If they're not contingent, they're going to just stick to a certain way because that's the way that they do it, and that's not agile. That's not what we need in terms of quite a flexible environment.
I think that's where your businesses fail then, don't they? Because they're not willing to adapt and change.
And actually, this is a big problem. If you think about a lot of businesses that operate are family-run businesses, and actually they're not recruited for the best people, are they? They're self-appointed. So actually, for them to create the skills that they need to run the business, that's really difficult for them.
So that's a massive thing in the veterinary profession. So in the veterinary profession, sort of years ago, vets became the owners, and they had no management training whatsoever. And like some of the decisions they would make, like looking at them now, like from doing this degree, you think, well, I don't know how your business survives. And this is where they're being taken over now by a lot of corporate companies. So the veterinary profession is now really corporate. You can walk into a practice and think you're seeing the family vet. Actually, they're owned by a massive corporate company. But they have the management and the skills in there to get the best deals on the drugs, to get pay the better wages to the employees. So there's been a massive shift in that. And I can see the advantages of it and the disadvantages.
Yeah.
But I think what's lacking in that is that actually when you become a vet, I think there should be a management sort of section to their training, to be honest, or an add-on.
Oh, yeah, I can see that. Was someone else going to say something? I heard. When you're looking at the assignment for this, possibly look at the things that I would say, this is relating it to the assignment. The style bit is actually where we sometimes have to change the manager or the leader. So this might be what's happened at JLR recently. So we've gone from one style to another style to take the business to the next steps. And then the contingent one is where the issue. So critical analysis is, as I say, it's about saying it's complicated. The issue with contingent is actually it can seem like someone's not being consistent, but it isn't that. They're having to change because of what's going on at the time. But that then it can feel like they're losing their integrity because people don't necessarily have the confidence they're going to stick to what they say because that's not what they see. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think these three things. So Bennis and Nanus are referenced on the last slide if you're going to use them. But I think on a sort of a psychological level, this is absolutely key, so that the people that work for you have got a trust that everything's fair and it's done right in the organisation. they're able to bring out the best in people, so they know, like, it's not necessarily always a natural fit, but they know who's best at doing what. And then they've got this passion for the organisation that goes above and beyond what their job is. And if you've got that in the people that are leading the business, I think that goes a massive way. If you've got your leaders demotivated, you are really in a difficult position to take the business forward. How much do you think organisations should share with their staff? Or should a leader share?
I think as much as possible without causing any
detriment.
Any shit. Yeah, that's probably a better word.
And what happens if you're a leader and you're sharing something that's come from the top of the organisation and you don't believe in it? What do you do then?
It's going to be passed on in a negative way, isn't it?
You sell it.
You sell it.
You have to sell it, don't you?
Unless
that happens all the time. That does.
Do you get it then, Freddie? Do you
all
have
the
to?
time, yeah.
Really? So give us an example. Go on.
Just when decisions are made. We had one where Audi were paying after 28 weeks. Anybody who was pregnant, they could go off on full sick pay as of 28 weeks. And then they made the decision in August just to stop that. But then we had 2 people who were pregnant who were planning on breaking up in like 2 or 3 weeks' time. So then you have to break that news to them, and you don't believe in that decision because you're thinking, well, you should have just delayed that further.
Yeah.
But you need to sort of say, well, it is what it is. It's a business decision, and you've got to sort of sell it. You don't believe in it, but you've got to sell it.
Do you tell them you don't believe in it?
No.
Don't you?
No.
Does your face not give it away?
Probably.
Do you not like go, this is the news, and then you're shaking your head?
A lot of time you probably do, but you've got to sort of.
No, I get, yeah.
If that sort of gets back, then that you sort of like.
No, you can't. No, I know you can't.
I just said this about it, and then you sort of like.
Yeah.
I suppose it depends on what position you're in as well, doesn't it? Because if you're managerial, you're high up, you need to sort of be like, no, this is what's happening. That's the be all and end all. But when I was a group leader at JLR, I was sort of more on the lads' side sort of thing because you're slightly lower down. So when you were fed stuff from further up, they're like, I think they decided to change the rules on break times and stuff like that, which didn't suit some people. You had to but sort of you needed to still keep your team on side, or else you just. Do you know what I mean? So I think if it depends on whereabouts in the business you are, I suppose.
I think one thing which does my head in is when I hear that the managers below me have said, "Oh, we're doing this because Freddie said this, so we're doing this," and it's like, well, no, you don't say that. You just say like we're doing it from now on, not that it's come from me or come from you or anything like that. Just say that we do it. So you've got the buy-in, because if you're sort of saying, "Oh, we're doing it because this person said we're doing it," then it sort of shows, in my opinion, that you don't believe in it in many ways, and you're not 100% on board. I used to get told off quite a bit for saying that when I was sort of younger. You just go, "Oh yeah, the manager said this. We've got to do it from now on," and it will get brought back to the actual manager, and then it will be like, "Oh, why did you say that for?" So,
change management is usually a very tough one when introduced to an organization. It's usually a two-way thing. It's hard to for the staffs to first of all accept it. It's usually a very difficult thing to accept. But the management do that sometimes to, balance the situation in the organization, and also to improve things. It's a two-way thing anyway, and it's usually very difficult to accept when it's firstly introduced.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
There's that connotation, isn't there, as well, that change is bad?
Yeah, well, there's this expression that it isn't that people don't like change; they don't like being changed. So it's this idea of whether you've got a sense of control over it or not. And this comes down, we've mentioned this briefly before, so I think a lot of this introduction stuff is things that you'll already be familiar with, but it's sort of recontext. It's just looking at it in the framework of strategic decisions. And so this will come down to the organisation's culture, which is very difficult to put our fingers on, really, and it's just simply the way that things are done. I think CMI people, you've seen this, haven't you?
Yes.
Yep.
Is this familiar, degree people? Oh, you're all degree people. Sorry, that sounds very prejudiced.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. All right, then, just to make sure. So a CMI person, give me an example of a story in an organisation. It's not really like a piece of gossip, or it's something like...
Sorry, can you repeat that again? Sorry, Anna.
So what I want to do is I'm just trying to get some examples of what these things are. So a cultural web, the idea with this is a culture's very fluffy. It's like, oh, it's just the way things are done. But the cultural web gives us a model or a framework that we can look at and we can dissect it. So if we want to change something, we can change a certain aspect of this and it will change the culture. Oh, and actually, if we want to change things massively, we'll change a few of these things. So I was just asking for some examples of like different parts of this cultural web. So can anyone, so a story.
When you say stories,
yeah,
it's almost like, there's a story that goes around SVO at our place that the manager of the quality department used to work on the track.
Yeah.
So it's almost like they're trying, preach to people, you have the access to push through the business and make yourself higher and gain promotion, even if you started on the track and you can get right high up.
And that's quite a nice story. It's sort of
inspiring for people to try and get them to to look to better themselves and stuff, rather than being, oh, this is just me for the rest of my life, I'm just going to be doing this forever.
I went to the Morgan factory, and the person who ran that was actually was working when we were there, and he started off at Morgan as an apprentice as well. So it's that sort of that progression is quite inspiring. What are the symbols that we'd have around if we're looking at, say, JLR or SVO? What sort of things would you see?
We have we have got the, what do they call? They give out a card and it's got symbols on this, like the new customer first principles, and it's like this is our new model for how we're going to run our organisation, and everyone's.
We treat each other and stuff.
Like one of them's like personalised, so we're going to personalise and tailor our approach to meet the customer's needs. And one of them's make me feel special, so we're going to go above and beyond to make. But the idea is it impacts our customers, but also our internal customers. So if you're delivering a body to trim a final, etc., do you know what I mean? Like they're your customer, and but that completely changes the culture, because when you do your end of year review, when you have your end of year review, your manager you have to say how you've met and what you've done in your job to meet those each one of those different criteria. So you've got to adopt it into your job.
So it's reiterated at every point, isn't it, those symbols? So that's quite a clear sign of the culture. Within JLR, who's got the power? Are there any people in particular that haven't? And is there anyone who's got the power without the status that's particularly influential? Can you think of any examples of people like that?
I think in JLR it's a typical kind of hierarchical kind of organisation. It's relatively tall as well, so it's kind of a bit like the army. The more stripes you have, the more pay you've got. So the more influence you can have.
More respect, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So more power and more influence depending on how high up you are.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think particularly in manufacturing, if you're working on the track, anyone who's above you, you've got to. You need to respect them. I remember when I first started on the track, you have a lot of respect for all your seniors. So the process leaders, the group leaders, and it's like, as I said, it's very kind of like similar to how I suppose you would be in the army. You got to kind of do as you're told in many ways.
You can't challenge someone that's higher up. You can't say that to him because he's a higher grade or she's a higher grade or whatever.
Yeah. Well, even the language, when he's talking about seniors as well, that has a sort of respect with it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So the power structure and the power structure and organisational structure. The organisational structure is our hierarchy, but sometimes we have power structures where we might have somebody's PA that has a ridiculous amount of influence, even though they haven't got the grade. So that's where there's a bit of a difference sometimes. Our control systems are just like how lax things are or how tight they are in terms of how we're scrutinised, whether we almost feel scared sometimes where we work that if we do something wrong, we're really going to be penalised, or what can we get away with? And then our rituals and routines. These are things, actually, rituals and routines are probably one of the most significant perks to working in an organisation. So they're things like when the Christmas parties go because they haven't got the budget anymore, when the bacon sandwiches or whatever it is, the sort of special things that they used to do, or that when those stop, morale really makes a big difference on those. But there might even be like dress down Fridays or whatever it is, but they're the sorts of things that just add a bit of value in terms of working somewhere. So when you put all those things together, and you can imagine that for an airline as well, and the stories now at British Airways, they're going to be very different to what they used to be, you know, because it's all going to be about how it used to be and what the symbols and the pride and the uniforms and things that they had. But the paradigm is it's almost like a pair of glasses that a lens that we're looking through in terms of how we see the organisation, and it's made up of all those different parts. So I just think that you could use that to analyse your organisation. The challenge you're going to have is, how are you going to find that out? Because actually, you're all telling me from your perspective.
Yeah, a lot of that should be confidential to people that actually work in the business.
Yeah, but it's not just
it's not going to be like
public.
You could find articles.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? If we're talking about sources that almost you wouldn't traditionally be allowed to use, we could use something like Glassdoor, you know, where we look at reviews at where we work at places, and we could use that to put that in to give us an insight. So in terms of critically evaluating or talking about the limitations of this model, I'd say the main one is just that it's not impartial. It's very subjective, isn't it? It is, but it gives
it's a
us
review, isn't it? Almost, it's, you know, someone's review on something.
Absolutely.
Someone else's review might be like 10 out of 10, where someone else might say it's 4 out of 10.
Yeah, and actually their experience of it, and actually if you're talking about a big organisation as well, different areas could feel very different. So you work in one area and it's just brilliant and everyone gets on really well and it's a certain thing. You move to a different area and it just feels like, you know.
Plus, different people value different things differently, don't they?
Yeah.
You know, it might be one person might like, 10 other people might not.
Yeah.
So if you read that one report that one person didn't like it, it's not a true reflection of what that experience was like.
No, but it can prejudice, can't it?
Yeah.
So I think with these models, if I introduce them to you, you can't pick many of them, but I want you to pick the ones that you feel would work best for you. So bear in mind, we've got 2 reports, you've got your shorter one, but also you've got this bigger one where you're analysing the organisation as well. So it might be this one you don't use for the first one, but you might use it for the second. Has anyone got any questions about this before I move on?
Could you do one for before the change and after the change as a diagram together?
Oh,
to
that'd
say
be really
how
good.
people's thoughts have changed, how the thoughts have maybe changed.
Yeah, or what they could have done, because one of your learning criteria is like how they could have done it differently.
So, for example, you could maybe take a story where somebody said it was a really, really nice place to work. And then after the change, they were like, actually, it's become a really negative place to work. And then you could then look at strategically how they changed it, how they implemented it, why you think it did it that way, and why you think it could be done better in a different way.
Yep.
That work.
Yeah, and you could almost create different, 2 different approaches. So if they'd have done it an alternative approach, how that could look, and if you've got 2 diagrams lined up side by side and then you're sticking text boxes in as well, you're not using any words there, are you? But yet you're saying a lot.
Yeah,
that's a really good idea. That could work really nicely.
I think you struggle to get the same person's opinion on before and after the change, though.
And I think you would, but I also think
you can relate it to your own experience in your own organisation, but you're sort of relying on, like I say, where would you get that information from?
it's just different perspectives, isn't it? And it would have to be anecdotal. It would be people's blogs. It would be a Glassdoor. It would be just where people are sharing their thoughts.
Glassdoor?
So Glassdoor is a review website of where places to work. So
So
if
it's like TripAdvisor, but for
for sort of jobs.
okay.
You can look on Indeed as well, because if you
Yeah, I was
search
gonna say they
search
do
a
that,
certain
don't they?
company on Indeed, you can look at the reviews.
Oh.
Yeah. And some other people will say, "Oh, it's great working in this department, but I moved to this department and it's been awful," or, you know.
Hannah, could you link that in then? So if you go onto Glassdoor, get the reviews.
Yep.
And if there's a review after sort of like the change for this particular assignment, if there's a review, could you then say, "Oh, this is what's happened since they've made that change"? And these are the
Absolutely.
reviews.
And if you were to get sort of like bonus marks, you want to not just link it in, you want to link it to which part of it works for. So actually, probably a review would probably be a story, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Or if they talk about suddenly like our bonus systems had gone and this had gone, that would link to the control systems.
So we're saying 2017 is like the first we could go back.
Yeah.
So if we was going to refer to it pre that,
Yeah.
would that still be an issue?
We do want to change that happened from 2017 onwards.
Okay, so that's what
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the
2017
boundary. So yeah.
to now, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, to now,
Cool.
or to forthcoming, because you might even set up what you want the cultural web to look like afterwards, or what the ideal one would be. So that might not be based on anything. That's just based on what you could create.
It's your thought, isn't it?
Yeah, your recommendations.
Yeah.
Oh,
That would
what
be just a part of a conclusion, wouldn't it, potentially?
Yeah, absolutely. How it could have been done differently. I mean, with this, I want you to use models and frameworks, show you understand them, but actually be a bit creative on stuff as well. And I don't mean lie, but sort
Don't
of
don't stick that in it and then talk about it. Adapt it.
Yeah, adapt it, exactly. Because if you're just talking about it, the worst sort of assignment would be they could use the cultural web, and then you go through all of these and explain what they are, but you don't apply them at all. And you're just like, oh, you're not allowing me to give you marks then by doing that. You need to apply it, and ideally do a bit of sort of investigation as to how.
So if we're going to use models, Hannah, how many should we kind of like explore and like apply?
So I'd rather in the first one, if you were to use 3 or 4, bear in mind you've only got 1,000 words and you've only got a 10-minute presentation, but you use them really well. So by that I mean like there's a real depth to them. You talk about the limitations. I would rather use less than try to fit every single one in. So that's why I'm sort of introducing them to you, talking about the limitations, and if they don't work, move on, don't use it.
Yeah, okay. So maybe just discuss maybe at least 2 or 3, I suppose.
Yeah, 2 or 3 would be really good. And then you could use those on your presentation as well, couldn't you? And really go into depth and show that you understand them.
So you could use something like Porter's 5 forces for external issues that mean that you've got to make a strategic change. Yeah.
And you could use Porter's 5 forces to analyse the contemporary issues that have happened as well. So I'm suggesting you use frameworks and then you apply stuff to them.
Yeah, or pestle.
Yeah, if you wanted. Yeah.
Well, if you go on that Euromonitor, if you're looking at a change within a country that's why the business is changing, it actually gives you the SWOT analysis and it gives you all the information to do a pestle.
Okay.
Without you really having to research anywhere else, it will give you. If that's a help to anyone.
Okay, thank you. Other ways of looking at culture. Right, by the way, when you're looking at these slides, just to let you know, see here, see all of my notes under it. So actually, if you've not done this before, the reference is rubbish. Okay, so it's like what we're not allowed to use and what you must never, ever, ever, ever use. So you use a proper reference, but they're just for me, they're just for reference purposes, just so I know what the model is. So I've done that. There's a couple of them. Let me go back to the slides where I've actually put notes under them. So if you're a bit stuck and you don't get it, just use that to inform yourself and then find it in a good source. Okay, so in terms of different types of culture as well, have you heard of handies before?
No.
Yeah.
I think,
That's CMI, isn't it?
Yeah, so you can tell it's CMI because even the colours give it away, don't they? So The idea is that there are 4 different types of culture in an organisation. They're based on Greek gods. So we've got a power culture, and that tends to be something like a financial institution would have that. And the strength is all at the top. And actually, it tends to be very much directed in terms of who makes the decisions. We've got so that's the power. We've got the role culture, where we've all got very, very defined positions in the organisation and a lot of control in there as well. Do we think, is JLR a role culture?
I think it depends on the department. I remember discussing the task, and I was using task to refer to like engineers. In
Right,
engineering
yeah.
department, they're kind of, you need to give them tasks, set them tasks to do, and they can focus on it because they need to kind of be like a lot of direction.
Yeah.
As soon as you give them a kind of task, they can be left alone to do it. But that's more like in engineering. But I think in manufacturing, it's a bit more different.
Yeah. People tend to go to cultures where there's a role culture if they like knowing what they're doing and they like to sort of almost be experts in it, so they're able to stick to what they're good at. A task would be more, as you say, like more almost project driven. So you're working with people on different things. And if you're more sort of dynamic, you'd probably prefer a task culture. And then the person culture, the one at the end, this is ones where you've got a series of professionals coming together. So they might set up their own consultancy, but they're people who sort of think quite a lot of their skills. They're quite sort of self-assured in what they do, and they're seen as experts. So you've got sort of 4 different types of organisation. You might briefly refer to that. You might reference it in light of what you think the organisation was. So British Airways might have been a person culture, for example, but because the recent changes, it's turned into a power culture. You might say that if you wanted to, but don't feel you have to fit this in if it doesn't naturally work. So in terms of power and how organisations or leaders use power, can you think of any examples where power is used effectively to lead organisations?
So if let's say, I don't know, you go into an organisation where it's underperforming.
Okay, yeah.
So you need to kind of employ someone who's a strong leader and is can be quite autocratic when it's required.
Yep.
In order to get things done.
Yeah.
So if it's underperforming, you need to put someone in there who can actually make things change. So they're going to need to have a good level of power to enforce these changes.
Yeah. And that can come from the role that they've been given and come from almost a new impetus that they're given, that they're given the right to make that. And yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying in the sense that can be quite a dynamic energy and actually bring people on board and be motivational. So in some organisations, people are leaders by job title, yet they have no power. So actually they want to do things differently, but they end up just putting instructions down the line. You know what I mean? They end up just sharing what they've been told and enforcing it rather than actually having any power themselves. Have you ever come across that?
Yeah, it happens a lot at JLR, to be honest.
Yeah.
I agree.
Kind of, as a group leader especially, like you're basically just told what the rules are and you've got to just
pass them on, don't you?
Yeah, you're just a middleman,
Yeah.
really, and you're just trying to communicate in a way that keeps everyone happy. If it's something negative,
yeah.
But yeah, you haven't really got any power as such. You are just a middleman, really.
I think that's the same in like corporate veterinary. Everything comes from head office. You're told what medication you're going to sell and how you're going to run things. Everything is given from head office. Like the companies can be franchised, but you all still have to do the same and follow the same rules and things like. There's no way of you changing your website to be how you want to make it look, or no way of saying, well, I don't like that flea treatment, I'm going to stop this one instead. You do what you're told, basically.
And the benefits of that, the benefits of having these consolidated decisions, they're centralised decisions. And actually, if we centralise things, we can get efficient processes, we can get good buying power. There's pros for it. However, if things are decentralised and leaders have more power and autonomy to look after their area, we've got more innovation, we've got more job enrichment, so you can see, again, we've got the pros and cons of actually having power. But I think the thing I'd question in this sort of, the thing about power is actually, how much power have they actually got? I can just see Anna with her finger on her lips, telling someone to be quiet.
It's my husband coming in to steal stuff out the living room.
Okay. So when we're looking at, we're still on successful leaders, we've got these 5 main elements in terms of what they're doing. Is there anything in this? Have a look at this slide. Is there anything that you think is missing in terms of what leaders need to do, successful leaders? Or do you think anything that's less relevant actually?
I think being able to inspire people, to kind of want to motivate them to work.
That's not there at all, is it? There's nothing.
No. There's nothing in terms of innovation or anything like that either.
No, it's just delivering, isn't it?
You've got to be able to inspire your team to kind of want to.
Leadership.
That's a manager, that is, isn't it? Really, what you've
more,
yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's strategic leadership. It's more focused, isn't it, than maybe what. It's not everything that a leader's going to be, if that makes sense, but that's what they want you to be if you're going to be a strategic leader.
Yeah, it's nothing really about people. Really,
yeah,
is there?
the soft stuff isn't kind of there, is it?
No. So there's something missing there in terms of being inspirational, and I think the innovation could fit in sustaining competitive advantage over time. But yeah, it is about delivering on that, isn't it? And then the ethical standards is really about behaviour, isn't it? Okay, so we don't like that. That's sort of. I agree with you. I don't think that really fits with what they need to do.
Because where it says managing human resource and organisation decisions, it's not actually saying looking after your staff and your team. It's actually making those decisions whether you need less staff, more staff.
Yeah.
And it's like you were saying with JLR, like having temporary staff is a way of paying less and cutting costs.
Yeah.
You know, that would fall under that, but it doesn't show that. It doesn't show everything, does it?
No, there's nothing about supporting either. You know, like supporting your people in your team.
No, it's very transactional, isn't it? And not sort of anything more than that. So not about enriching. It's just about functions almost. Okay. So when it comes to strategic management, you could look for, there are sort of definitions, but they don't necessarily all stack up. But again, if you come up with a definition, don't come up with too much of one, because you're using your word count on that, unless you're talking about its relevance to the organisation you're talking about. So yeah, just have a scan through this.
Hannah, would you start off your assignment with this, with the definition? You wouldn't know, you just leave it.
Do you know what? Because I just think, it's just a bit boring, really. I'd start off with something that's like majorly turned the industry looking at on its head, or something that's like, I'd almost, start off with something a bit controversial or something, and then talk about
like a headline in many ways.
Yeah, I do. I just pretend you're writing for the news of the world. I just like really, go interesting. The reason being, if you do that, you can then explore it in the assignment, and you're not dumbing it down, but it gives you, I keep on mentioning about having an angle, and what I mean by that is probably just because more into marketing, it's just having an approach that gives you something that isn't just descriptive. If we go descriptive, we can't do that well. If we go like exploring something, and actually the further out we do it in terms of like being a bit out there, the more interesting potentially what we can look at is.
Could you start it with like a newspaper article headline?
Yeah.
Because that would be like your reference, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
in many
absolutely.
ways as well. So that's one, and then you sort of use different references to sort of come to that, instead of just using that newspaper article. You could sort of then
blend
use different and blend it all together. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think the key thing with this is just so there's two different approaches. One is prescriptive, and a prescriptive approach is one where we very nicely decide what we're going to do for the next 5 or 10 years. Well, in terms of strategy, it's very unlikely, unless we've got a very slow-paced industry, that we'll ever look 10 years, with any certainty ahead. I mean, even 3 years is seen as quite a long time now. And then an emergent strategy is one that evolves with what's going on. So it looks at what you've got internally, what we're going on externally, we bring it all together. And the idea with the strategic management is you're bringing in this sort of vision you've got for a plan and your purpose and your mission and where you're going with what's happening in the market. So you're combining your prescriptive with your emergent. And if you do that, then actually you're able to keep relevance in the market, but you've still got a direction going forward. Because if you're purely emergent, you've got no future plan. But if you're you're purely reactive, but if you're purely prescriptive, you've got so much of a plan, you're not evolving with what's going on.
So I think one example of that was quite obvious on a program that I watched actually was it was looking at supermarkets when there was a potential going to be the lockdown and COVID-19, and what Tesco's their strategy was for their sort of warehouses was they kept, I think, a minimum of 7 days worth of stock to go into store, because if they didn't have to store as much stock, the prices weren't as expensive, so they could sell it to the customer cheaper. Okay. So that's how they keep their prices down within store. However, they then had a problem when everybody bought 3 times the amount they wanted to in a week because they thought they were going to be locked down. They ran out of stock, so I presume at that point they had to have a new strategy as to what they were going to stock. Whereas because Iceland is a frozen food centre, that's why you saw them soar and actually stay on top when it came to providing food, because they stock 3 months worth of supply within their freezer warehouses, because the food lasts longer, it doesn't perish. They can have longer sell-by dates on things. So actually their strategy to keep more actually worked in their favour at that point.
And both of those you could apply. So these 5, I'd say the best bit out of this slide is the 5 key elements to strategy, because I think both of those decisions we could critique against that and see how they did it differently, and they each followed that, but then they had to adapt it, didn't they, according to, well, Iceland didn't, because they're just got a different sort of process, really, a longer term process, haven't they?
Yeah.
So you might use those 5 key elements. You could even use it to summarize the approach that the airline took in terms of what they did. Exploitations of links, that's really helpful when we're looking at what power they've got in terms of if they've got supplier power, what relationships they've got, and then how they see the future is the vision. So if you were going to use this, you'd put that it's adapted from Lynch, because as I said, if it hasn't got a reference on it, then that's the one that we're going to use for this. Okay. So when we're looking at strategic management, what we need to get is an ongoing competitive advantage, and we need to do that in a way that's seen as adding some value in some way, because it's differentiating us. And that's just as relevant for public sector organisations, also have to demonstrate their worth, as well as commercial organisations. And when we're looking at stakeholders, we need to look at them as much wider than just the customers or employees, or it's the ownership. We're bothered as the general public has an interest in terms of how the performance and the practices of organisations within the environments they impact us. So something you might want to look at in this is there's something called, and we'll look at this further next week, so I've started looking at next week's slide, is something about our resources and how we can use them to get an edge in terms of what we're delivering. And I think that could be very helpful when you're looking at the different types of airlines, because they have got different staff bases, haven't they? They have got different experience, they've got different skill sets and different cost base as well. And that does help to differentiate them in terms of the experience they've got. But also we need to think about what's seen as added value. So actually, is it about the money they make? Is it about being a great place to work? I know we've got one of our group work on trying to be seen as a great place to work. in terms of their television advertising, and then they started opening up tours, which they can't do at the moment, but are different to potentially what we think. But also, what do they contribute in terms of the environment? So just to have a think, use this to analyse the organisation.
I keep losing you, Hannah.
I know, I've just got this thing on poor quality.
Yes, I was going to ask.
Can you hear me now or not?
Yeah, no, it's just not very intermittent all of a sudden.
It was only just for
Right.
about 10 seconds then, yeah.
It was really dull, but I'm sorry. Yeah. It just had this. It's the problem, isn't it, with online? It kept saying it got intermittent internet issues. I'll go back and just. So all we're saying on this was just look at what makes your organisation different and how it adds value. So what's the difference between, can we think of two different airlines, and let's think about what makes them different in terms of their enhanced performance. So name two different airlines and we'll think about them.
Emirates and Ryanair.
Okay, so sorry, with Emirates, what's their experience like as a customer, or what's your?
I mean, I don't know myself personally, but I think it's supposed to be more of a higher quality kind of service, isn't it?
It's like gold standard, isn't it?
It's absolutely,
yeah.
Pay for what you get.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything about it, every touch point. But you'd imagine they treat their staff really well as well. You can just, So how does that then, so in terms of their performance, what will that give them as an organisation? What edge does that give them?
I suppose it shows, it encourages you, I suppose, everything they do, like their advertising and sort of how they present themselves make you think that the customer's going to get good quality. So I suppose that's how they sell themselves. And that's
it
how
gives you trust, doesn't it? Gives you trust in the company.
And if it encourages you to maybe think, well, this is what I want. They're going to look after me when I fly.
So if we've got a choice, they're going to be the top of our choice, aren't they? And that's what it's really going to give us, is that sort of, or we're going to go straight to them. They're going to be what, in marketing terms, it's classed as top of mind. So like if we want to go somewhere, we're going on a really lovely holiday, honeymoon, whatever, we're going to go Emirates. Yeah. So that does give them massive added value.
They're like the Rolls Royce of the airline industry, aren't they?
Yeah. And we'd look forward to the flight, it wouldn't be one, in contrast to where we're thinking about Ryanair. So
I think they're focused towards their customer as well, and I think the customer's decision in what they want affects that a lot, because if you're wanting to go on a flight where it's probably going to be quieter, you're going to be looked after, you're going to go with Emirates, whereas if you're maybe not stereotyping here, but if you're a younger person and you're going on a stag or a hen do and you're going for a long weekend and you want it to be cheap, then you're more likely to say, well, I'm going to look at the Ryanair side of things because they are cheaper, no frills. So cost comes into it a lot, I think, with clients as well.
And managing of expectations as well, isn't it? So we can't be Emirates and then give a poor level of service. That's just not going to build on our reputation. So with Ryanair, we've got a little bit more discretion there, haven't we? Because there is a perception that it's a value brand. So where do Ryanair score in terms of differentiation then? How do they add value through the way they deliver?
They fly to a lot of destinations, don't they?
Yeah.
There's a lot of choice.
Yeah. Budget, flexibility. They've probably got big buying power, haven't they, really, because of the amount that they do?
And I think they make their money on the add-ons, because you get onto their website and you see that the flight is like 40 quid to go to Spain. And then they say, would you want a bag? And then you think, well, actually, I can't fit everything in my hand luggage. So then you buy a bag, and then you think, it says, do you want a seat? And then you go, oh, I don't want to sit on my own. I want to sit with my partner. So then you buy a seat. So it's like they pull you in with the low cost, and then you end up buying the extra. I think they make their money probably on their extras.
It's sort of incremental, isn't it, in terms of what they're doing? And incredibly, they did well on green issues as well. for some reason, I'm sure it was not by design, but they seem to manage to sort of score quite well in terms of their carbon neutral.
That's probably because the planes don't weigh anything because they're completely stripped, aren't they?
And I think they're quite strategic. Yeah, I think they're quite strategic in that I won't ever fly with Ryanair again, but I flew with them once. And our bags, my bag was slightly heavy and my friend's bag was slightly light, and they combined the weights and they let the bags go. When we flew back out of Spain, they wouldn't combine the weights of the bags, and then we had to sit and try and put things in different bags, and then in the end we had to dump stuff or pay. So then I ended up paying charges to come back. But obviously we were under the assumption that what happens when you go out happens when you come back in. But it's not, and that's where, because you need to get home, that's where the costs.
I personally wouldn't fly with Ryanair ever again. I refuse. I won't go jet.
You'd be looking to fly anywhere anyway. So.
Oh yeah.
When you look at Jet2, the thing that entices you with Jet2 is, out of all the budget holiday sort of airlines that there are, you get more luggage. That's how they sell.
Yeah.
Like you can take
kg.
Yeah, they do include a little bit more than sort of your EasyJet and your. So they're kind of the mid.
Got a
the mid
better reputation as well, haven't they? They're probably a few more pound more expensive than Ryanair, but it's definitely worth paying that extra 10, 20, 30 pound in my opinion. But I think if you speak to people, a lot of people will generally, you kind of you build up a general consensus that Ryanair is, a horrible experience, whereas Jet2 you'd probably get a few bad reviews, but ultimately it'd probably be the better choice.
So I think some of this then, in terms of the performance, what we're talking about is actually psychological, isn't it? So it's almost like reputational, what they're creating, which can be is based on the stories. But yeah, that's quite interesting because each organisation has to have its own position. Otherwise, there's nothing, different about it. Another one that could be quite useful to use is just almost looking at, so again, with this one, if you're going to use it, adapt it, change it, cite it as Lynch, but it's talking about what's going on in the organisation, what's going on outside it. So this one would be, it's called Strategy Dynamics, but it's about the way I'd use this is I'd potentially introduce the change in this one, because the change is probably going to come from one of these areas, isn't it? Whether it's an opportunity for, it could even be a new airport or something, but I'd use it to then look at what the organisation's already got that's going to help us service it. So can you see how you could potentially adapt this to sort of demonstrate why the sort of rationale behind the change?
Yeah.
Because you're matching what's going on, what you've got with what's going on around, and through that you're creating a dynamic that allows you a new opportunity. So it just makes sense, doesn't it?
Well, they're all things that you have to react to. So you need change.
Yeah.
You need strategic change, then you have to react to all of them.
So what you might do is use some of them and sort of give a bit of context, but then almost highlight the one that's the main stimulus in terms of why you're doing the change.
This is like the contingent. Well. This is from discussed like the contingency with the change tops leaders. The previous slide.
It's
not the previous one, but a few slides ago.
Yeah, it was a few slides ago. This is more about stimulus behind the change. So it's not necessarily about the style of the person leading it. It's more about like where the rationale comes from in the first place. So we're almost stepping up a level as to what's going on to mean that the change happens, and then we'll have the different styles of leaders to make it happen. Okay, so this is going to sort of guide it down. Just do a little bit more, and then we can have a lunch break if that's okay.
Is this got a particular name? This type of model? Is it just a diagram that's been pulled together?
It is called Strategy Dynamics.
That's what it's actually called. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, and I quite like it because it sort of explains where it comes from and it matches inside and out. So I think it works.
Whose theory is it, Hannah?
I would cite it as Lynch.
Lynch, yeah.
Yeah, the core text. If you haven't got a reference on there, just pop in Lynch, because that is the core text, so the majority of the contents from the materials from there.
Okay.
Okay.
Strategy dynamics.
Yeah, I think this is quite a nice, gives a context to why it's happened. And then sort of back to this idea of like, so we've got our change, which we've just seen, and then that links through to strategic management, which is making it happen, which is when Jason, you were asking about the different styles. Within that, we've got certain areas, but we've also got, it is important because we've got the context, which again links to the environment. So that is a rapidly changing one at the moment. That is one under massive cost pressure and massive uncertainty as well. So people aren't sure about booking things, especially like holidays. I'm sure you spoke to people and saying if you've got anything booked, and they're like, oh, I'm not going to leave it for the time being. So we've got this environment where actually it's really difficult to get people to book onto stuff. And a lot of the tourist type industries are trying to put things in place to reassure people, aren't they, that if things change that you get your money back, and this because they need a cash flow to keep coming in. Then we've got our content, so that's like how we're going to make the strategy happen, so what we're doing and the processes in terms of delivering on that strategy as well, and how we're going to achieve it. Then we're going to look at two different types of approaches in more detail. That's the prescriptive and the emergent. So that's actually in terms of where the change comes from, but how we're going to roll it out. And then from that, we've got different options there in terms of a green strategy, which majors on eco as sort of almost giving us a competitive edge. And whether we like it or not, you know, we're impacted in all industries on that because there are government influences on that as well in terms of tax implications. So they are forcing organisations down that route. We've also got profit making in terms of like how we're delivering on, you know, the financial returns, but also are we doing it because we want an international market? So we've got, with this one, I don't think it gives a context to what we're studying, but it doesn't necessarily relevance to the assignment. So after talking you through all that, I probably wouldn't use that one. I think there's much better ones to use for the assignment. What I'd, yeah, we'll just do this one, and then because we'll be moving on then to the prescriptive and emergent, then we'll have a break for that. So we've got to match what's going on. So this is back to that, you know, the slide a couple of slides ago, this thing here, the strategy dynamics. We've got what's going on in the world. We've got what we've got at our core in terms of our resources, but we've also got where are we going and how do we get them all to align? From that, we've got a series of options. And back to your assignment, and the first thing that it asks, if I can find it, it is something about what options have we got? Where is it? And it does, so it looks at, you know, what have they done, but what other things, how else could they have done it? And then we have to choose one of those options and find the best route forward. You might even reflect on what they've done now. They probably would have gone a different route. You know, that could be quite a good conclusion, actually. And then in terms of implementing it, this is the operational level. What do they need to implement it? So who do they need? Who's going to make it happen? Who's going to control it? And actually, how does that impact onto the shop floor, you know, in terms of delivering on that? And the sort of, so you see here, it's like a funnel, isn't it, really, in terms of where it's coming from to how we make the choice to how we make it happen. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. This is just really just to give it a bit of context. As I say, I would pick probably about, if you can do 3 frameworks for the first assignment and really use them. And I think we've got a couple already that I've mentioned that would be quite a nice fit for this assignment. So we're 5 to 1 now. If we have about 35 minutes for you to have a break and have some lunch, is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, that's great. So we'll come back at 1:30. All right.
Cheers.
All right. Thanks ever so much. Okay.
Thank you.
See ya. Oh yeah, shall I just carry on and get through the rest of what I want to share with you today? You're good?
Yeah, let's go, yeah.
Let's do it. Right, let's get back to my slides. Okay, so okay, so when we're looking at this change, we've got